Hey, thank you for joining us for the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for 9 a.m. Wednesday, May 5th, 2021. First item on the agenda is Pledge of Allegiance. Please join me.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
At this time is citizen input, and we do have emails that have been coming to us to the citizen input email distribution, which goes to all of us. So I'm going to talk about the topics here real quick. Expressing concern about homeless population in our area, and there's a letter associated. So this is from Shelley Walter. I know this is a big topic, and there's actions happening on this in this area at this time. Also, opposition to COVID-19 declared emergency is a request to end now. So this is an email received, as I say, by all of us, signed by Shannon Berlant. I want to thank her for that input. Another one, expressing support for what was done by the mayor of Baker City. So this is in opposition to shutdowns and the impacts to the economy also. This is from Joan Rowe. Stand up and stop the madness of COVID-19. Tim Crowley saying it is time. And there's, we want to thank him for this input. That is definitely the topic of the day. And then also on the topic of Worrell Park, which is the park out in front of this building, a disappointment of the vote to add the 70 parking spaces by Cindy Perrine. So I want to thank her for input. As I say, we've all been able to see each one of these emails and the topics provided. So at this time, being on a Zoom, are there any thoughts?
I did just want to ask, I believe that with Worrell Park, we have an instructed design for the park, and we will, and the public will have a chance to see that design, before we proceed to construction phase. And so I do want to ask I want to ask members of the public who are concerned about Worrell Park to give us a chance to develop a design and take a look at that with us.
And I'll acknowledge I do have a meeting with a person that wants to advocate for saving trees. We're going to be meeting at 12:15 to review the park and kind of take a look at the trees specifically. So, it is a topic of the day, so I'll be engaged in that also.
Okay, and I'll just remind everyone that it is fire-free month till June 5th. Right now it's at Not Landfill, and then on the 22nd of May it'll switch out to the transfer station. So please clean up your property. Nothing could be more important. Thank goodness we got some rain on Friday night into the morning. I was on a prescribed burn, and they were really worried that they wouldn't be able to do any more burns in May, which is their normal month, because of the dryness. So please clean up your property, look at it with a fresh look. We do have a new brochure available if you want some more information that you can actually get in your hands. So there is a new brochure available that just came out from our forester. Thank you, Ed Keith, for doing what he does, and for Boone Zimmerly. So, and Tim Shimke, I know you're working really hard out at Knott, but people clean up. It's such a dry year so far.
Thank you. So being a Zoom meeting, are there any requests, hand raise function in the Zoom meeting for citizen input? Are there any phone numbers that are unacknowledged? Okay, thank you very much. At this time, we'll move to the consent agenda.
So move the consent.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So item number 7, code enforcement policy update. John Griley. And maybe Nick going to kick it off.
Thank you, Chair DeBone and Commissioners. Nick Lelak, Community Development Director. I am substituting for Angie Havner, our Coordinated Services Manager today, to introduce this topic as we elevate John Griley to the Zoom meeting. He will be our primary presenter this morning. The purposes of the meeting this morning are to provide an update to the board on the Code Compliance Program review and potential amendments to the program, to present and request some initial feedback on the draft Code Compliance Policy and Procedures Manual. John's going to talk about that. And then I'll provide the next steps now so that the public's aware, is that we do anticipate coming back to the board again in late May to discuss additional potential amendments to the county's nuisance code. And that could include definitions, it could include an abatement code. There's some pieces we're still coordinating with Tim Shimke and his team at the Solid Waste Department before presenting those concepts to the board later this month. If the board is prepared at that point, we will then schedule a public hearing for later in June so that the public may comment on all of the draft work. And of course, public comment is always so important in all of these processes in our documents. And we're already receiving requests and questions, which is really great. We're at our staff level, we're answering those questions. And there will be that formal opportunity for public comment in June. So we look forward to that. With that, Mr. Chairman, if I may turn it over to John Griley, I will do so. I don't see him on the screen at this point. I see Dan.
Okay. Well, and I'll acknowledge this is a process. It's really laying out the code enforcement manual. It is a rewrite. It's not just a red line opportunity, but it's for the community to get engaged, to understand what the process is, how we're going to take it into the future. So it's a valuable point in time for people to get involved. I know some people follow this very closely. Other citizens kind of question, well, what are the codes? So this is really the concept of compliance. And then understanding the codes, and we see this for a second dwelling or temporary RV occupancy, apartments, development, but it's also, solid waste, basic health and safety. So there's a lot of parts and pieces to this also. So.
And someone could say we have a code, but we don't really stand behind it. It takes years. And definitely, since I've been in office, I've heard about some of those situations where neighborhoods really need our serious help. And I so appreciate the team. And we're now changing the name to compliance, code compliance. So, okay, we're going positive, but hopefully the people on the other side of it will also step up and do what they need to do.
Just checking to see if we have John Griley.
There you go. So we just welcomed a participant called CDD Meeting, which may be John Griley.
John and I just met a few moments before I walked over this morning, and I know he's there. He's at his desk, and he's ready to go. And unless there's a connection issue.
There we go.
Excellent.
Okay.
Yep, CDD Meeting. Welcome.
Good morning, Commissioners. Sorry for that. Not sure what exactly happened there. But for the record, John Griley, Code Compliance Specialist with the Community Development Department. I just want to say that we also have here available to help in this presentation, Dan Smith, another Code Compliance Specialist. Board, we began our coordination on the Code Compliance Program back in January. We've had 2 sessions to date. And I prepared a slide presentation to kind of walk us through the ground that we've covered, if I can share screen right now.
We do see the screen.
Okay, bear with me a second.
So we've seen this as the default display. Oh, there you go. You got it. Yep.
Okay. All right. Great. So we began with the board in January, and we started with a comprehensive review of the code enforcement program. We focused on the jurisdiction, major program elements. We discussed current trends that we're seeing in code enforcement and some issues. We also talked about performance and performance measures. We got some feedback from the board. And then we did introduce the Code Compliance Programs Policy and Procedures Manual. This is something that was the goal in updating in our coordination. So the way we broke this down, along the way we had some decision matrices, and we broke it down in focus on the major program elements, some minor updates to the program that have happened since our last review in 2014, and then some program amendments, some areas to take code enforcement into the future. With regards to the major program elements, we talked about the complaint policy, the compliance policy, our policies on citation and penalty and when they're used. We also talked with the board about some minor updates that need to be made to the procedures manual. Our world did change since 2014. And then we also talked about some policy changes that came since the 2014 review. And in particular, with the passage of recreational marijuana in county's time, place, and manner rules, the county had an opportunity to discuss what we do with marijuana complaints. And there was a carve-out that was authorized by the board at that time to allow for anonymous complaints on marijuana. And then also, since the 2014 review, there was a text amendment that called for the restriction of development permits on properties with code violations, adjudicated code violations. With respect to program amendments, one of the things that we talked to the board about was, hey, should we change the name of this program? One of the things what we had talked about as a program is perhaps changing it to the code compliance program rather than code enforcement. That would be much more in line with what we do in code enforcement, what the objective of the program is. And then finally, we talked with the board about the potential to make some text amendments to the county's nuisance code, particularly in the area of abatement. And that's when the county has to take action to resolve a code violation on a property. And then also potential amendments to the county's solid waste code that would make the code, it would actually take the code into the future. So from our February work session, I've got this update here. In that review, the board indicated no preference in making changes to the program. We keep our policies regarding complaint, compliance, and penalty and citation. The board did accept the housekeeping amendments that we proposed in the procedures manual. Regarding policy changes and what we'd do going forward with those, we talked about this carve-out and the complaint policy for marijuana complaints, and the board indicated that it wished to table that discussion at the present time and to see what other stakeholder groups had to say on the issue. And in particular, the board wanted to hear what the sheriff's office input was, but what other public stakeholders might have to say about it. Finally, with respect to minor updates and restriction on development permits, the board indicated preference in continuing with that, the text amendment as it exists today. There was no changes indicated. With respect to program amendments, our thought to change the name of the program to code compliance rather than code enforcement. That was supported by the board. And then we walked away from that last session with a homework project of sorts in which we're going to do some research, check in with other jurisdictions, and then return to the board about what we found, and with the goal of ultimately having the board consider some potential text amendments. Okay, so I have this update for you on our research project. To date, we have talked to multiple jurisdictions, and these have included other similar county jurisdictions as well as our neighboring code compliance jurisdictions, the city of Redmond and the city of Bend. Had some interesting discussion and learned a lot of things there. We've coordinated with our code compliance partners, county's legal department, solid waste department, and the sheriff's office. We, in fact, recently this week coordinated with the county's justice court. With regards to abatement, in Redmond, we found a code that would potentially work for Deschutes County, and we talked with Judge Fadley about that this week. And then finally, what we're doing at this time, and Dan's been working on this with me, we're developing this draft language, this text amendment language for you to see for the first time at what we anticipate will be a future work session in the latter part of May. And so what we have presented today for board consideration is a draft manual update. And this is inclusive of all of the direction for the Board of County Commissioners. We're maintaining the major program elements. We've adopted and included those minor updates. And this manual that you have in front of you is also reflective of the name change for the program. There's still some minor work that needs to happen on this before we set it for a public hearing. What's lacking at this time is we need to, put a preface in this, update the preface on the procedure and the process we've had to date to update this manual. And we also need to update the table of contents and then formatting the document. But the way what you last saw in our coordination was a red line edit of the manual, and what you have today is a clean copy. So essentially, that's kind of the overview that I wanted to give. I'm going to stop sharing screen, and hoping to have in this proceeding today a discussion. What's the board's thoughts? Do you have some questions on this draft manual update? This is still a working document. As I mentioned, we plan to come back to you in the latter part of May. Any edits that come from this session today, we can bring those forward in the session of May and then go from there.
Great, thank you so much. So any thoughts on the proposed document? And as I say, this is a work in progress at this time still.
John, I may have missed this, but did you tell us whether the additional research on marijuana complaints will be completed by late May when we look at the when we look at additional amendments again, or are we talking about tabling that until a much later date?
So one of the things we were hoping to have for you today was, we did put the feelers out to the sheriff's office to see what their thoughts were on that. Angela Havner has been the key party in that coordination with the sheriff's office. So we're still anticipating that update. And I think that's going to be a major role here. As far as I understood the board's direction, I think the greater discussion and contemplation on whether this would be included in the manual would perhaps come from the hearing on the update to the procedures manual.
So it's still an open discussion item at this time.
Yes, correct.
So and that hearing is the hearing we're talking about in June?
Correct.
Yeah, and
Do we have a date for the hearing?
We were talking about that this morning, and we're looking at that final week in June. I think the Monday's the 28th, or the Wednesday session.
Okay. So a couple thoughts. I see the whole preface section talks about code enforcement through this, which is the history of the program. So, as I was reading it, I was wondering if we would want to use the word compliance in there, but then, I just acknowledged that this is the history of the program, basically, is the enforcement program. So that's, just readability. I mean, I support keeping the enforcement words in there in the preface section, and then kind of switching to compliance in this document is what I observed. One of the other items that is a concept in here is insurance, and I don't know that this is the right place for it. It's just a discussion item, but when a residential property has a unpermitted building, a structure, the concept would be that, if it is insured but it doesn't have permits, in the end, it wouldn't be replaceable or possibly a contested item if something, if it collapsed during snowstorm or earthquake or, just some of the bad things that could happen. So my point is, the value of documenting a permitted building implies insurability. So as I say, I don't know, it's just a concept that maybe just a reference point in here. There's value in having a structure that's permitted and signed off on, opposed to, a structure built without any documentation. So just something, just a little note I put in there.
I do have a comment on that.
Sure.
Commissioner DeBone, and we did make an update in the procedures manual that you have in front of you, that we are checking the status on all the permits when we open a code enforcement case. At the highest level, we'll have an understanding, are there unpermitted buildings on the property? In the past, we typically haven't, just because that's the condition. Let's say you're working a solid waste code enforcement case, not necessarily addressing the issue with the unpermitted or the non-final building, but we'll at least have documentation and memorializing that is the circumstance.
Yeah. Well, and it's more of a message for the resident. When a property is transferred from one owner to another, due diligence would hopefully catch that. But if it's not, and it ends up in that situation, it's just a reality point for a person that owns the parcel. Just insurability. So it could be some kind of a preface item if there's a few words that could be put in there. And we'd have to just kick that around and see if it makes sense.
Okay.
Section 4, Code Compliance Philosophy, talks about the code compliance program should follow the priority ranking set forth in Section 5. We might want to say shall follow or will follow instead of should, because, should is kind of that loosey-goosey term of this is our intention. And as I say, this is for discussion also. But if we change that to shall or will, it's more of a this is our plan, not just this might be our plan.
Okay.
And as I say, that's for discussion also. And then, I guess under section 7, initiation of code enforcement, I had to add up my I's after the V. Section D talks about permit approval condition monitoring. Can you help? Is that kind of a new concept, or is that an evolving concept? And I'm just trying to understand that, because when I think of that, I do think of marijuana approvals, but there's other land use types in there also. So permit approval permit approval condition monitoring by CDD staff. Can we talk a little bit about the history of that? Is that?
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Could you redirect me to that section?
Page 9, section D.
It's at the top of the
Okay,
page.
and what, I'm sorry, I don't have that copy up in front of me on my screen, but I do have
Back,
the section numbers and,
yeah, 7D. Initiation of code enforcement.
okay, so I'm in, okay.
If I'm correct, John, this is page 47 of the packet,
Oh, yeah,
page 9 of
that.
the manual, is that correct?
Right.
Yeah, let's see, yeah, it's D.
Okay, I've got permit and approval conditioning monitoring by CDD staff. So, and that's what I anticipated you were referring to. So what this talked about, you know, the original manual, and this is kind of my take on this, but the original manual when it was developed in 1995 talked about some monitoring that the community development department staff as a whole would do related to code compliance. And this talks about that the county routinely issues permits and can go and review that the conditions of approval have been met on those permits. Now, what this oftentimes looks like for code enforcement is if that process happens, then those staffs that are doing that research will make a referral to code enforcement for an alleged code violation. Does that give you, so
Well, just-
complaints are oftentimes derived from that type of review.
Yeah, I guess, you know, is this new activity for community development or code compliance efforts, or is this something we've been doing for years now? I guess that's kind of the question. And it's for discussion, you know, just understanding, and as I say, kind of the marijuana conditions and approvals were, you know, scrutinized real close, but there's other items out there. So I'm just kind of wondering if, you know, is this more effort? Is this the next FTE, I guess, is where you could go with it?
John, do you want me to take a shot at?
Yes, if you could.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner, this has been in our code enforcement policy and procedures manual now, the code compliance, for a long time. There's a couple pieces to this that I think that are important and sometimes cause confusion by the public or by people filing complaints. Some people, not everybody understands that conditions of approval, some need to be met prior to the issuance of a building permit, and once they're met and satisfied, that's the completion. They've been satisfied. Others are ongoing and run with the land, and ongoing maintenance, for example, of certain landscaping may be required. Now, the Community Development Department staff, we don't go and maintain and ensure ongoing compliance. We don't have the resources for that. We rely on code complaints. Somebody's landscaping is now, I'll just say it on the record, but a perfect example is we have a solar farm that's on Highway 97 where the trees are required to be maintained. And that's a case where we have received complaints, and then we have worked with that property owner to then replace those trees and then to irrigate those trees so they continue to live. So that's an example of an ongoing compliance. But our staff is not going to that property to look to make sure the trees are growing and that they're green and they're alive and being irrigated. We really rely on the complaints. We're not going out looking for violations, in other words. But when we do receive those complaints, we're certainly very responsive. I think there are some members of our community that would prefer our department to be more, I don't like to use the word proactive, but more active in going out and monitoring conditions of approval. That's generally not something that we've done. There are some conditions of approval where we require, for example, ongoing reporting. For example, destination resorts with their overnight lodging. That's something that we do track. We do work closely with the resorts, and we maintain those. So conditions of approval take a variety of forms. Some that we monitor, we reach out and we make sure that they're in compliance. Others that we rely on code complaints in order for us to process those violations. That hasn't changed. The one part that has changed is with the text amendment that John mentioned in I think it was 2015, John, if I recall correctly, that if a property is in violation and it's been adjudicated with the prior code violations, we cannot then issue any more permits for that property until that violation is corrected.
Understood.
That's the only change otherwise. I hope that provides some context and background. And John, I don't know if you have any more to share on, given that you're the one you and Dan are really involved in this in
As I say, these are just the topics for discussion. You know, I'm not even putting other direction to it. I'm just kind of, that's the one that jumps out at me. And yeah, a required landscaping, set of plants that, one or every third one is brown, I mean, that is a discussion. It ends up happening. So it's good to acknowledge what these scenarios could be.
Especially when it's on Highway 97, and when you're driving north, you might just see it.
Yeah.
But what I would really like for you to bring up today is the fact that we do in Deschutes County have a lot of ADUs that are illegal, and I'm really hoping with the passage of Senate Bill 391 that some of those will be able to become legal, because a lot of people that live here have said it's really important to them to be legal. So that will come into this document easily, that change?
Yes, Commissioner, that's exactly right, and John and I can both briefly address that. I'm not sure that we'll need to address it in the policy and procedures manual, but it's such an important part of our program, because we do receive complaints, we do find violations, and John and Dan can mention how they're working with property owners now to make sure that if somebody's living in an unpermitted second dwelling that we believe might qualify under the rural ADU bill, provided it meets public health, safety, and all other issues, we would treat that as we do any others. We will give them the time necessary to achieve compliance, rather than requiring somebody to immediately move. There are some of those circumstances on properties that are not considered in Senate Bill 391. If it's, I hate to say it, but if it's on resource land, on exclusive farm use or forest zones, in those situations, we might not provide as much time for compliance as we would in a rural residential 10 or an MUA 10 zone that very well may comply with the new code. And I know John and Dan and the team address this issue on a regular basis, and so we're keeping each other informed of what we're hearing in the field and then what we may be seeing in the legislature. John or Dan, I don't know if you have any other perspectives on how we're addressing rural ADUs or secondary dwellings.
Sure, I can give you an update. We do have some complaints pending at this time. And one of the things that we've been doing with an eye to that legislation that's out there is that there is an opportunity that could be the path to resolve the issue. We are working with property owners. We're discussing that bill, and that this may be able to benefit you. We are also vetting complaints as a whole. If there's, say, properties that are too far back, or they're not in a fire district or something like that, doesn't look like that bill is going to address their circumstance, we are continuing to coordinate with them, ultimately with the goal of decommissioning that, but giving them time and working with them. But that pending legislation has impacted us, and we have responded to it. Going forward, I think there are some that are out there, and if it does pass, this is going to be the opportunity to bring those into compliance. As far as the manual goes, and how how you address that in the manual, that's something that is not in there at this time, but it's part of the code enforcement process as I see it. Finding out what the issue was, finding out if there's a way to get to yes, and then talking about the course to get to yes. And so, that's something that's already part of our manual with the goal of voluntary compliance.
Well, I so appreciate you working with people, because when you consider our housing shortages, and then, of course, there's the medical hardship. If someone does need help, I know there's different rules for that in Deschutes County. So, because I hear from a lot of people that are getting older and really seriously do need help continuing to maintain their lifestyle in the country.
Great. So we are putting direction to this process. Thank you very much. Any other thoughts or questions? Any statements?
I just want to thank John and the whole CDD team for walking this delicate balance between, people's property rights and, what you should be able to do with your home, and protecting neighbors and the environment in the same process.
Great.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. We'll see you again soon on this topic.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
This time, item number 8, consideration of board signatures of an approval for a site plan review and private campground. Cynthia Smith.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Hello.
So, hello. Can everybody hear me?
Yep, well, that's why I responded. Make sure we have two-way communication.
Great. So last week we met with a draft board decision on a private campground just north of town. We made some clarifications and some changes to that draft decision, and before you today is the latest draft decision for your review and consideration of adoption. And does anybody have any questions regarding the changes that we made, we discussed last week and that were made in the decision?
I'd just like to acknowledge, thank you very much for the requested revisions summary. That was very helpful. It was a good discussion. As I say, last time we talked about this, it was more in depth than I thought it was going to be, but we needed to make all those choices, so that was the process at this time.
Yeah, and I think at this point it's a very thorough and thoughtful and detailed decision document. Thank you for all your work on it.
And I just think it's very important that the people with the campground actually follow the rules. I think that's extremely important. So we've clearly looked at a lot of details here, keeping this area safe for the neighborhood. And so, Cynthia, let's hope that it doesn't come back.
Well, and this is a conditional use in the zone. Conditional use is, it shall be allowed relative to these conditions. So this is the process, and this is what we're doing, is, scrutinized in public hearings and in front of the Board of Commissioners. So, yeah, it's a pretty mature application and response from the county at this time.
And just for my understanding, if there, if this campground is developed and then there are concerns that come up, will those feed back through the code compliance process that we just heard about? Okay.
Yes.
Connecting all the dots.
There you go.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, you're correct.
So at this time, if we're ready, there's a request for a motion.
I'm just going to point out there's a lot of file numbers, and Adam can correct me. I would think we could just make reference to the last two file numbers that end in 206A and 788MA if we didn't want to read all of those file numbers, because they do encompass all the others. So that's just time saving and recommendation.
What about just document number, which includes all the file numbers?
Yeah, you could probably do that as well.
There we go. I got a nod from our county council.
Well, I'll move that we approve board signature of document number 2021-308 and approval of conditional use permit and site plan review for a private campground at 64061 North Highway 97, including all of the associated file numbers.
There you go.
Okay, and I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Is there any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Adair,
Yes.
and Chair votes yes. I do have the final documents at the front desk for this one and the next one, so signatures will be available midday here.
Great. Thank you. I didn't know if Adam, you just popped in our screen. Didn't know if you needed to say anything.
Adam Smith, Assistant Legal Counsel. I think the chair just addressed the issue that I was going to raise, that we have tight deadlines on both of these decisions. So I was going to encourage the commissioners to sign those documents quickly so we can get them mailed. But
Have them
As
available.
noted, Commissioner DeBonne already said the same thing. So
Okay. So,
Glad you didn't have something to share before we voted.
Yeah.
okay, so,
Thank you, commissioners.
thank you so much.
Thank you, Cynthia.
It was a pleasure
was
working
quick
with you,
and-
Cynthia.
Yes. Likewise. Thank you, and that was quicker than expected, so that's nice. And I'll let Tarek lead you in with the next decision you have to make.
Lots of diligent work gets us through the item fast.
Yeah. Great. Thank you.
So item number 9, consideration of board signature or findings and decisions for the Three Sister Irrigation District located on Simmons Road. So this will be for 2 commissioners. Commissioner Dare had recused herself from the process, being a resident next door to this property.
Yeah, good morning, Commissioners. For the record, Tarek Rawlings, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. Can you guys hear me all right?
Yes.
Wonderful. Yeah, this is so similar to kind of what Cindy had just approached. We're the agenda committee from last year or from last week had found it would be best to sort of formally request signature on this document that we had moved for an approval last Wednesday. And so that's what's before you today is a request for board signature and approval on document number 2021-223. And that's an approval of those various files. I can read those off if legal counsel thinks that'd be an ample way to word it. But I think overall we're looking for movement for signature and approval on that document number 2021-223.
no need to read all the file numbers. We just did so last week because the document didn't have, or I don't recall it having a document number. But as the commissioners are aware, the motions are quite simple and easy when there's a document number included.
Great. So any thoughts?
I sort of asked this last week, but I would just like to confirm again that, in our review of this situation and the record, I did not see I did not see a critical mass of evidence that the construction of this hydropower facility was going to result in changes in the flow of Wychus Creek downstream from the diversion. And I wanted to confirm that if at a later point such evidence comes to light, that there are mechanisms for people to essentially revisit this this issue and find relief or address grievances.
Yeah, exactly, Commissioner Chang. I think this is we're hitting on a theme of the morning here, that our county's code enforcement program is available for those types of initial complaints. This would obviously be a bit more of a subjective review if there was evidence of the need for enhancement measures, specifically as an example, or any other types of evidence of impacts, negative impacts to the riverine system or other environmental factors. So it would be the similar channel that John Griley and others have talked about this morning, where a complaint is initiated and then an investigation and review of the alleged violation is initiated. Whatever comes out of that investigation, and obviously, we had a similar process for this to investigate the existing concrete tail race portion, so it would be similar. We would do site visits, some type of very in-depth analysis, I would think, just to see that the complaint was related to criteria. We could really make a clear finding of whether there was a violation of or not. So it would be a standard code enforcement process.
Thank you, Tarek.
Well, and along those lines, it was already mentioned, a subjective review. I mean, to get it to an objective review where, measurement is happening, a date and a time, flow is increased because of cause and effect. So there could be some analysis on that. But I mean, I'm supportive of the findings and decision as written, knowing that this could be an ongoing discussion.
Yeah. Likewise.
Okay, so is there a motion?
Yes, I move that we approve board signature of document number 2021-223, findings and decision regarding Three Sisters Irrigation District subject property located at 18150 Simmons Road, Sisters, Oregon.
And I will second it, acknowledging Commissioner Dare's not being involved, so at this time.
Oh, I'm involved.
Well, yeah, in this decision
Recuse,
process,
recuse.
yeah.
I'm
Well, yeah, I mean,
definitely
you can,
involved,
yeah, okay.
but not.
Yep, understood. Okay, so that was first and second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And Commissioner Dare, if you want to kind of officially recuse yourself.
I'm recused.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you very much.
And chair votes yes. So thank you very much. Got through both of those processes. These are the final documents for those decisions.
Thank you, Tark.
So at this time, we do have a 10 o'clock time certain COVID-19 update, so we will take a 10-minute break in preparation for that, and that means we just happen to have an opportunity to sign these documents in the meantime.
Okay.
So we will take a 10-minute break. Okay, we have our microphones back on and the video a few minutes before the top of the hour at 10 o'clock. Thank you for joining us. At this time, we do have our COVID-19 public health update. Nahad Sadr-Azodi is in a jacket today to prepare and present with us. Yep, thank you.
Good morning, commissioners. Yes, my office is cold. I share.
Oh, that's it. Okay.
Yeah, I share the same thermostat with my colleague Janice, and she likes the cold, and I suffer. So,
oh boy.
Happy woman.
Now we know more.
Public complaint.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. Yeah, we're ready for our COVID-19 health update, set of slides. I know Dr. Conway is not with us today, so Nahad, I think you're going to be leading the show. Molly Wells-Darling is joining us, and then Sarah Hudson also. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I assume we are streaming already?
Yes.
Great. So thank you, commissioners, for inviting us. For the record, my name is Nahad Sadr-Azodi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I have with me Molly Wells-Darling, who's our Incident Commander, and Sarah Hudson, who's a Management Analyst in Public Health working with Behavior Change Communications, and she'll be covering some of the information and recent progress around vaccine confidence. So thank you for inviting all of us. I want to express my gratitude to Jesse Terpstra, Emily Freeland, Carissa Heinege, and Morgan Emerson for their help on the slides. And I really want to express my gratitude to our health services staff, Oregon Health Authority, and St. Charles colleagues for really doing their best in these days, these weeks, to reach out to patients, to support and educate them and gather information to help our communities safe. In fact, they've been working so hard in health services and partners that I communicated with them over the weekend to encourage them to take breaks and take days off and to care for themselves. And I use the analogy from the airlines where, as you may know, the flight attendants remind us to put the oxygen mask on first before we help others. So, which I think is really critical, and I hope they take that email into consideration. So moving forward, our first slide, this slide shows the number of new cases by week. Last week, we had another record-breaking week for our county with a total of 548 cases, up around 8% from the previous week. Total number of reported cases since March 2020 sits at around 8,300, so 8288, with total death count of 73. This is unfortunately the 6th week in a row that we are seeing increasing in new cases. So obvious question is, what is driving the rising case numbers? And there are multiple factors here. And frankly, it's nothing out of the ordinary. It's, as Commissioner DeBoer mentioned earlier, there is really cause and effect here. It's our social behaviors combined with not wearing masks, not being vaccinated, and not testing. We pick up this virus in social gatherings, at work, or during after school activities, or during travel. We come home, we interact with our friends, family, neighbors, and we pass this virus along. We've had several outbreaks in various settings. In April alone, we had 228 cases reported in more than 70 public and private schools. In these cases, I'm not even including the secondary transmission among family members and non-school social contacts, by the way. And what's driving it is around people carpooling, study groups, and parties without masks or distancing. We're also seeing multiple outbreaks in long-term care facilities, and I think a fair question would be, how could that be, given that we've done such a great job of vaccinating the residents? Well, it really comes down to vaccine hesitancy amongst staff members who are not vaccinated. And Sarah Hudson is working with a number of colleagues, including Kathy Christensen and Jocelyn Robinson, on this really important issue in trying to address some of the vaccine hesitancy issue among staff members in long-term care facilities. We're also seeing business-related outbreaks. social gatherings from staff and people working while infectious. They might think they have allergies or cold. I mean, it's allergy season, so I can understand some of the confusion there. Complaints are also coming in from employees who feel that they have been exposed at work, but they're not really able to quarantine because they cannot miss work. And I want to remind the committee members that in this regard, we have available wraparound services, including wage replacement. We encourage them to reach out to the county for more information. So before I go to the next slide,
Question.
I just want to pause for a second and just acknowledge something.
We've got a question here
I
now.
understand.
One moment.
Nahad, I wanted to ask, can you can you elaborate a little bit on kind of what kind of business settings these outbreaks are occurring in? I mean, is it a whole range? You know, can you give me like, not examples of businesses, but like examples of categories of business?
Yeah, we have that information available, Commissioner, which usually comes down to businesses with more indoor activities than outdoors, and some businesses making the effort to ensure that customers are wearing masks while others don't. So it really comes down to also behavior of those businesses, along with the category of businesses. Some businesses are more vigilant than others, and we can certainly unpack further for you. I don't want to stigmatize any particular businesses. We have majority of businesses in our community, restaurants, gyms, and others, are doing their best to make it a safe experience for their patrons.
Right.
At the same time, there are some businesses that are not instituting masks as they should, and that impacts the circulation.
Right. Thank you.
Sure. Before going to the next slide, what I really wanted to do is acknowledge how difficult it is to tell our community members, my own family and friends, not to socialize and not to hang out with their families, especially with Cinco de Mayo, Mother's Day, Memorial Day coming up. So here's my message, maybe going a bit off script here. If you want to socialize, and if you're going to party with other people who may or may not be vaccinated, then do it safely. Wear a mask and socialize outdoors, and better yet, vaccinate and test yourself. Know your status before and after gathering with others. There are many more free testing options available now than they were before, and in fact, one of those options is tomorrow. On Thursday, there'll be a free testing available from 9 to 2 p.m. And we will have every Thursday this testing event available in downtown Bend at Wall Street Services building. There are also many test locations in Redmond, and there are a couple of clinics in Sisters where they tend to refer some of their patients to Bend or Redmond. And testing is also available in La Pine. There are also at-home test kits available, and just please though, if you do the at-home test, there needs to be a follow-up with that. Especially if it's positive, you should inform the health department so we can help with the next steps. Now, last week we had in Bend the testing event. We were able to do 143 tests, valid tests, and 8 of them were positive, which amounts to around 5.5% to 6% positivity rate.
Nahad, when you say downtown Bend at the County Services Building on Wall Street, you mean right here at 1300 Northwest Wall?
That's my understanding, Commissioner. Yeah, it's near that building.
Parking lot out on the other side of the road.
I saw some signs actually when I was in the parking lot pointing to testing site when I was there.
Thank you.
In the spot where Dr. Young usually parks, is what you're referring to?
They're blocking that off. It's going to be that western parking lot right along Wall Street.
Right next to Worrell Park. Okay.
Yeah. Now, unfortunately, we are seeing some delays in testing because people sometimes think that they have allergies. And again, as I mentioned, it's the allergy season, so that it makes sense. And then they congregate, and whether it's at work or after work, and they might do so while infectious with COVID. So here's, Dr. Conway did a great job of covering this last week. If we have flu-like symptoms like fever and chills and body aches and loss of taste, these are good signals for us to go and get tested. If we're experiencing shortness of breath, certainly seeking medical attention is really critical. And these are some of the differentials between COVID-19 and allergies. So when it comes to vaccination by age group, we've had a large percentage of our 65 and older populations vaccinated. And we still have a lot of work to do, of course, with our 64 and younger. With this coverage, high coverage among older groups, we should, in theory, see 2 shifts in death and transmission patterns. So the first shift we should see is a drop in deaths. And in fact, our highest case count was in January of this year at 23 deaths, coinciding with the start of mass vaccination, as you may recall. And we see that the number of deaths have continued to drop, which has the explanation around the great work being done with vaccination.
Nahad, per the CDC, most deaths in the United States occur the months of December, January, and February, which totally held true by this chart. If you, because I went back to the CDC and saw what their reference point was.
Yeah, I recall actually you raised that point a month or 2 ago as well, Commissioner. Yes, I remember that comment you made. Thanks for bringing that up.
Well, you can see by the peak, it's definitely holding true again.
Yes, so I think there are multiple factors here, including the change in weather and people congregating indoors, being exposed to higher loads of the virus, and there are other factors too, I'm sure. But the good news here is that we've done a great job of vaccinating our older populations who were more vulnerable, and we can see that the goal of reducing mortality, which was the primary goal when we were facing a ration supply of vaccines, is actually being met. The other shift that we should see is in transmission amongst younger populations, because they're not obviously yet vaccinated or to the levels that the older populations are, which is in fact, again, what we see in this slide, the trends in case rate by age group over the last 6 weeks. We see higher rates among teenagers, young adults, and people in their 30s and 40s. So really the take-home message for me here is that the easiest and fastest path towards restoring our economy and our individual liberties is really through vaccinations. And I want to encourage our community members who are not yet vaccinated to take the opportunity with, especially now, less barriers that they have to face. They can just walk in, and Molly's going to cover this, and get vaccinated. Now, the flip side of the vaccination coin is testing, which can really help us know our status and inform our decision-making and choices. I mean, if I know I'm positive, I'm definitely going to be mindful of how I behave around my kiddos, colleagues, families, friends, regardless of anyone reaching out to me or not, right? I don't need to wait for a phone call. I know my status. I'm going to be a responsible parent, a responsible husband, a responsible friend, and make certain choices that don't expose others. Last week, our positivity rate slightly increased to around 9%. The previous week was around 8.7. The weekly test per 10,000 rate decreased slightly from the previous week to around 306 per 10,000. And in Oregon, we are slightly higher in terms of positivity rate, which is at 6%. Here, we're roughly around 8.7, 8.8%. But it does look like we are at an equilibrium in terms of the testing volume in our community, which is roughly around 6,000 per week. So again, another take-home message, which I want to reiterate: if we have symptoms, let's get tested. Even if we don't have symptoms and we are suspicious of an environment we were in, maybe we were exposed to someone, also let's get tested. That's really critical for us in terms of being able to engage in safe social gatherings and behaviors.
So Nahad, I have a question. Nahad, if you're testing positive, is it true then that the CDC does not require you to get a negative test before you go back to work? Where does that ruling come from?
Yeah, that's my understanding as well, Commissioner, with the local guidelines. Yeah, I checked on that last week because I remember it being mentioned. So in this next slide, we're looking at the St. Charles Health System hospitalizations with daily hospitalization on average of around 29 patients during the past week. This is compared to, let's say, in March, early March, or early to mid-March, where we were seeing on average around 9 to 10 admissions per week. As of this morning, we have 31 hospital admissions. This is, again, a regional indicator. So the admissions go beyond Deschutes residents. Of the 31, 21 of them are Deschutes residents, and there are 6 in ICU and 5 on vents. The ever hospitalized number, and I want to thank Commissioner Dare for asking this question last week, and we went back and looked at the numbers and realized that we had some discrepancy in the way we were collecting the data and accessing it, and now we've made arrangements with our St. Charles colleagues to have this number available to us on a weekly basis. The ever hospitalized number sits at 428 as of yesterday. So that's quite a bit higher than what we were reporting before.
But that starts last, what, March of 2020?
Yes, Commissioner, yeah. Okay, so I think everyone's aware. I tend to be a half glass full type of person, so I'm looking at this from a positive lens. However, I also want to acknowledge some inherent frustrations around some of the yo-yo kind of feeling around messages and actions and decisions. This Friday, we will move back to high-risk level, and that means there will be more latitude around economic activities in our community with our businesses. Who knows what next Monday would hold for us in terms of the state-level data for hospital admissions and positivity rate. But for now, I think we can just breathe a bit of sigh of relief in terms of where we are on the risk level.
Yes, Nahad, I talked to one of our businesses. They had already canceled all kinds of commitments for Mother's Day, et cetera, because of what happened last week. They had to send money back. And so they called me this morning and said, okay, now I think about all the money that I returned, and we're actually going back. And then if you look on the hospitalization chart, actually in December we had 51 in St. Charles, total regional. So at least today, seeing the number 31 is a lot better. But I always want to remind people, if you get COVID and you have any symptoms, immediately call your doctor. There are certain drugs and treatments that you should be using in order to not end up in the hospital. So please call your doctor if you have any symptoms that seem a bit more than you're comfortable with.
And
thank you, Commissioner. It is true that we have made quite a lot of progress and advancement around therapeutic care and medicine. So thanks for raising that.
And I just wanted to add, I think we are incredibly fortunate that statewide numbers are allowing us to bump back down from extreme to high risk level. But everyone should remember that the key metric that we actually have control of in our county to keep us from going back to extreme level, or to that we can bring down to ensure that we don't go back to extreme level, is our countywide case numbers. And our countywide case numbers are still off the charts. So if people are excited about coming down from extreme to high risk level, the way that we can ensure that we stay at high risk level, or even better, go down to moderate level, is to get our county-wide cases under control. And that involves all those personal responsibility behaviors that Nahad described, and getting vaccinated.
Yeah. Thanks, commissioners, for those key messages. I think, Commissioner Chang, that's really important. And again, you're highlighting the cause and effect here. And I keep saying that because it's really in our control. Yeah, it depends on our choices. It's not just some random event out there where we don't have control over. And I would feel hopeless in that case. But in this case, we can control it. We can influence it, at least strongly, with our choices and behaviors by getting vaccinated and getting tested, especially if we want to get together with other people who may or might not be vaccinated. Then wear a mask, do it outside. I'm not going to say don't socialize, but wear a mask, do it outside, get tested, get vaccinated. Okay, so with that, I will now pass it to Molly.
Thanks, Nahad. So yes, getting vaccinated now is easier than it ever has been. There's multiple ways for people to be able to get vaccinated. We are now open to walk-ins on certain days at the fairgrounds. So actually right now we currently have walk-in appointments happening, as well as scheduled appointments. So just a reminder to people to go to our website located here, Central Oregon, covidvaccine.com, to sign up for appointments directly, or you can also walk in. Walk-ins will occur today, this morning, until noon, and then on Friday as well from 1 to 4, and then Saturday from 9 until noon. That will be Moderna. On Saturday, the rest are Pfizer. We're also doing pop-up clinics. We did one yesterday through one of the churches for our homeless population. We're doing one today in collaboration with VIM for our Latinx population. And tomorrow on May 6th, we're doing one for La Pine High School. We'll also be offering walk-in second dose appointments walk-ins, out at the fairgrounds. And I'll have a screen later that gives you all the information on that. Go ahead, Nahad. So this is, let me just get to my screen here. Okay. This is the information we've seen before. We did add a little bit of information here in terms of just total people vaccinated. So total vaccinated in Deschutes County, we have 93,000. Fully vaccinated, we have 70,000. And then currently in a series in progress, we have about 23,000. We are at 48% of our population is vaccinated. So we are doing a great job, but we do have more to do. So, vaccines are our best way to protect ourselves and our loved ones from COVID. So we are just going to continue to press on to offer vaccines for anyone who wants vaccinations. The more we have vaccinations, less hospitalizations we'll have, less negative outcomes, and our more of our businesses can open, and we can hopefully get back to normal. Go ahead, Nahad. So when are you fully vaccinated? You're fully vaccinated 2 weeks after your second dose, or if it's Johnson & Johnson, 2 weeks after that one dose. We know that less than 1% of our positive cases have occurred in people who are fully vaccinated. So we want to encourage people to really just continue to remain cautious until after 2 weeks after that last dose. We also know that if you're not vaccinated and you're exposed, you do have to quarantine. You have to stay home from everything, miss work, miss school. But if you're fully vaccinated and you're exposed, you don't have to quarantine. You get to continue to work and continue to go to school and continue to do the things you love. So just another reason that getting vaccinated can be helpful for people. Go ahead, Nahad. So yeah, this is just, get back and do the things that you love with the people that you love, going out with friends, having birthday parties, going to the gym, etc. Go ahead, Nahad. These are actually quotes from people out at the mass vaccination clinic. So we have a volunteer who's pretty amazing. He took it upon himself to ask people what they were going to do when they became fully vaccinated or why they got vaccinated. And so these just are three of the quotes. There are quite a few, some quite touching. But one person is going to go to Costa Rica and then go visit their mom in Mexico and live life again. Another high school student says that they want to experience their high school prom and graduation. And then another person talks about looking forward to seeing their grandma. So the mass vaccination clinic is moving to a distributive model after May 28th. So we will be closing up shop out here after May 28th. This mass vaccination clinic has allowed us to vaccinate over 100,000 citizens so far, or people so far, and it has been the fastest and most efficient way for us to get to a large part of our population. We do still have first dose appointments available this week, and if you get your first dose appointment at the mass vaccination clinic, you will get your second dose here before we wrap up. As we move into the distributive model, that is going to allow us to have more long-term sustainability for our vaccine in our community. And vaccines will be available through our pharmacies, our select doctors' offices who have agreed to vaccinate, and through pop-up clinics throughout the county. So just a reminder that vaccines are free, insurance is not required, identification is not required. We are here to vaccinate everyone who wants to be vaccinated.
Molly? It's Commissioner Adair. I have a question. If you're getting, I know it was one of a Moderna, I believe, that was, okay, it's 28 days. So today's the 5th, and if you're closing on May 28th, how can you get your second dose at the fairgrounds?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we stopped doing our Moderna doses last week so that we could get everybody in for their second doses by May 28th. And then we're doing Pfizer first doses this week so that we can, again, get everybody in by May 28th. So we do have second dose walk-in clinics. For people who get their first dose out here, they are scheduled for their second dose before they leave. Every once in a while, people have to cancel for whatever reason. We would encourage you to not do that because it has been a little bit more challenging getting people signed up through our call center. So if you can, please keep that. But if you can't, if you had to cancel and you're still trying to get in for your second dose, we are having walk-ins this week and next week. It's really important to bring your vaccination card. If you had your first dose at the fairgrounds, we can look it up and make sure that it's time and which vaccine that you received. If you didn't have your first dose at the fairgrounds and you want to get your second dose here, that's okay. But we don't have a way to track it, so we just need you to bring your vaccine card. So those are the two things that we would ask for. Pfizer, you need to be 21 days out from your first dose. And Moderna, you need to be 28 days out from your first dose. If we go to the next slide, it'll show you our walk-in hours. So today all week we're doing scheduled appointments. So you can certainly go on and schedule appointments. We still have appointments available. But we also have these walk-in hours. On Saturday, we did a walk-in clinic and we had over 300 people walk into that clinic in just a couple hours. So that was great. Today, again, we have walk-ins for our first doses of Pfizer this morning. And then this afternoon, we're doing walk-ins for anybody that's due for a second dose. Please come on out. We'd love to see you. And then Thursday, we're doing all second doses that are scheduled. And then Friday, we have first and second dose Pfizer walk-ins from 1 to 4. Again, this is just if you had Pfizer for your first dose, or if you want to walk in to get a first dose, you can as well. And then Saturday, we have second doses of Moderna from 9 until noon. Okay.
And Molly, what are they saying about if you had Pfizer, can you switch to Moderna? Is that not a good idea?
Not a good idea. No, not recommended. You need to stick with the first dose that you got for your second dose. So multiple ways to schedule your vaccine. Of course, we have pharmacies, and then we also have Mosaic and Lapine who are vaccinating people currently, and then we have our mass vaccination clinic. As we move towards our distributive model, on that same link, the Central Oregon COVID vaccine, we will have that distributive model outlined there. So when the mass vaccination clinic closes and we move towards that model, people can go on that same website. There'll be links to the different primary care offices that are offering vaccines, as well as to Mosaic. Mosaic will be providing vaccines for people who do not have a primary care doctor. And we'll get more word out on the clinics that are approved and are opting in to provide vaccines this next week. And if you have any questions, these are the different areas that you can go to get questions answered. Yep.
Molly, I understand the mass vaccination site at the fairgrounds is short of volunteers at this point. I don't know if we want to make a plea to our community members to garner any support in that regard.
Yeah. We still have signups for volunteers, and then even more importantly, just all of the people who have signed up and been approved to volunteer. We are needing volunteers for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. So anything that people can do to sign up to volunteer, it truly is a wonderful place to be out here. I'm out here right now at the mass vaccination clinic. It's fun work, so I would encourage people to sign up. Any questions?
It's a wonderful community experience. That's what I've heard whenever I've been there, that, the community coming together. Yes, appreciate all those thousands of volunteers that we've had. I know some people have really, really, really stepped up to help, and I thank them.
Yes. Yeah.
Molly and Nahad, I'm hearing about communities around the state where demand for vaccination is tapering off, and they are actually saying, we don't need all the doses that we could potentially get, or that they're telling the state, don't send us that much. We can only do this much. Are we seeing a kind of the trailing off of demand at this point to the point where we're turning back supply?
I think what we're seeing is a difference in how people want to obtain their vaccinations. And so, I think we're seeing that we got the bulk of a big large group of people who wanted to come out and get it as quickly as possible out here at the mass vaccination site. We're also seeing, a switch with people who have been asking for walk-ins, and we're providing that 300 people in 2 hours. Many people just felt more comfortable doing it that way, not having to sign up. And then I think we're seeing that, other people really want to receive their vaccine from their primary care doctor or a trusted healthcare provider or a pharmacy closer to home. So I think we're pivoting now into that section of our population. So I think we're seeing continued interest and need. It's just we need to move towards a different way in offering it now. And with our pop-up clinics going to different areas of our population to make sure that we're reaching out to anyone and everyone in a way that meets their needs. That's what I would say.
No, that's beautiful, Molly. And it really, Commissioner, your question sort of tees us up for Sarah's presentation as well. So thank you for asking that. I would say that, so let me just mention, Sarah Hudson joined our department, I believe, December 1st as well. Yeah. So she replaced Sarah Peterson, who was with the county for many years, and her role, Sarah's role, is really around behavior change communication. And as the day one she joined, she understood the importance of addressing vaccine confidence and complementing that work with the great work that was happening with logistics and vaccine distribution. Because we all know that having great products with Pfizer and Moderna and Johnson & Johnson may not equate vaccination, which is actually the uptake of the vaccine. So I'm going to give the floor to Sarah, if you allow us to share a few words about the work being done in this space of vaccine confidence.
Thank you, Nahad. Hi, commissioners. Thanks for having me today. So today I'm going to be speaking about vaccine hesitancy kind of broadly, and also what we're seeing locally and just different actions we're taking to address it. So as Nahad was saying, even though we have our 3 highly efficacious and safe COVID vaccines, there's a bigger challenge of also just making sure there are enough people willing to get vaccinated to reach some level of community immunity. So can't just rely on that. If you build it, they will come. So as Molly just spoke to, also the importance of making sure reaching people where they are and in ways they want to receive the vaccine. So I think it's first important to acknowledge that vaccine hesitancy is not this kind of binary phenomenon of I will or I won't get vaccinated. Rather, attitudes really fall along a continuum between high demand and complete refusal of getting vaccinated. And attitudes are really fluid and complex. So many people fall in the middle with more of that wait and see approach. And we see that people with high demand have high motivation. For those folks, it's really just a matter of where can I get it? I'll be there. And we've already seen the turnout of those people who are really the high demand, high motivation. For those people who fall more in the middle, so those are people with less confidence or motivation or ability, they're going to have more trouble overcoming some barriers. So things like transportation or getting time off work can pose bigger challenges. It's also worth noting that where someone falls on this continuum will differ by age, family structure, various demographic factors. And what's going to move someone toward greater vaccine acceptance will also differ. So the research really shows us that trusted relationships can play a really big role in getting people over the hump of some of that wait and see kind of attitude, friends and family, a trusted healthcare provider. So this is really important to understand that this is complex and nuanced and helps us in terms of how we approach some vaccine attitudes and how we address it. I also just want to quickly go over the determinants of vaccine hesitancy, again, to highlight that there's going to be different approaches depending on attitudes. It's not a one-size-fits-all approach here. So the World Health Organization had developed this 3 C's framework for thinking about vaccine hesitancy, confidence, complacency, and convenience. And it was developed many years ago, mostly around other immunizations, but really holds as we think about the COVID vaccines as well. So confidence would really refer to a lack of trust in the effectiveness or safety of vaccines or the system that delivers them. That would include motivations of policymakers who make determinations about the vaccines, things like that. Complacency is really referring to kind of a low perceived risk of vaccine preventable diseases, and it might be assumed therefore that vaccines are not needed. So for folks who feel like COVID might not be more threatening than the flu, we would see high levels of complacency, for example. And then convenience is really referring to the degree to which things like comfort, convenience, time, place, all affect vaccine uptake. So the location of vaccine administration, for example, the fact that the mRNA vaccines are on a 2-dose schedule and convenience factors related to that can play a factor in terms of barriers to getting vaccinated. So in anticipated response of this vaccine, COVID vaccine hesitancy, we developed the Central Oregon Vaccine Confidence Coalition back in December, pretty much a week after the Pfizer vaccine was authorized. And we're really proud that we are the first county in Oregon to establish an effort of this kind. And it was established knowing we would really need this kind of multi-stakeholder collaborative approach to addressing this really complex problem. So it's a tri-county effort, and we currently have over 160 different stakeholders representing the health departments, medical providers, community-based organizations, education institutions, the chambers, many different stakeholders. And really the ultimate goal of this group is that we're seeking to implement evidence-based and equity-informed strategies to influence vaccine confidence, complacency, and convenience with the overall goal of increasing vaccine uptake and coverage in the region. Thank you. And because we strive to be very evidence-based in how we approach this this work, we have conducted a couple of Deschutes County-wide phone surveys. So in December and March, we conducted surveys around COVID, and in March it was specifically around the vaccine. So over the next few slides, I'm going to just speak to the data from the survey effort we conducted in March, so we can kind of deep dive into local attitudes and what we're seeing. So just a note that this was a statistically valid, random, and representative survey effort. And this was a survey just among those who had not yet been vaccinated. So to really dig into what's going on in this group of folks. So encouragingly, the good news is that between December and March, we saw an increase in the share of respondents who said they were likely to get vaccinated. So December was 55% likely to get vaccinated. In March, that jumped to 60%. And we saw that the shift was due to a few different factors. More time, knowing more people who have been vaccinated, the ease and convenience of getting vaccinated, and more research being available. Also, we've learned that those who are unsure about getting vaccinated tend to be pretty receptive to certain types of messaging in particular. So messaging that tends to be centered on trust, or at least acknowledging why distrust might exist. Messaging that talks about family, that kind of being the focus more so than protecting the community writ large. And then also the personal choice. No one wants to feel like they are forced into this decision, want to feel like their personal choice is respected in the decision to get vaccinated. And that research comes from focus groups that OSU Cascades has done on behalf of the county to really better understand what's coming up for folks within this topic. And we also know, in strong alignment with national data, that healthcare providers are the most trusted sources of information when making vaccination decisions. So not politicians, celebrities, really the healthcare provider voice is really important. So this information about messages and messengers is really important as we think about how to address lower vaccine confidence.
Sarah, I would love to say something about that, because you just said healthcare providers are more trusted. So I had a member of the Deschutes community call me yesterday. She wanted to know if I had been vaccinated and that I needed to talk about it to influence the people that live in Crook County. And I thought that was very, very, very interesting. I said Crook County, but I'm a Deschutes County commissioner. So, what would the people in Crook care if I've been vaccinated or not? I did get the Johnson & Johnson vaccine, and of course, right after I got it, remember we did have that little shutdown with it. So anyway, I did get the vaccine, but I can say that my husband got his vaccines quite a bit ahead of me. And, he was fine. It's been interesting. Some of the friends, people that I know in the community that have gotten the vaccine, a few of them have felt rather crappy for a couple of days, which has been kind of surprising. And yet, it's been, I've been proud of some of the people that have actually stepped up and gotten the vaccine. So just saying, yes, Crook County, I did get the vaccine, and it was Johnson & Johnson. So anyway, thank you for that, Deschutes County resident, for asking me to talk about my vaccine history.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. I do think as many of us can share our experiences and help normalize it and show that it's not something to be afraid of, that you might feel a little crummy for a couple of days, all of that's important too.
No, I was not crummy for a second. In fact, it was the week of the rodeo, and yes, it didn't slow me down at all. So, maybe I was really lucky, but my mother at 91 got him, and I didn't want her to, and she was just fine. So,
Yes, same. I felt totally fine afterwards. So yes, exactly. Great. And so also want to speak to some things we learned from the survey around potential barriers to vaccination access as well. So this is really important in terms of thinking about that convenience determinant of vaccine hesitancy. So what might be getting in people's way. So we saw that the overwhelming majority of people, 94%, feel comfortable getting vaccinated in a healthcare setting like a doctor's office or urgent care clinic. And this held across all demographic cohorts. So really want to point this out because as we move to this more distributed model of vaccine administration, there's a lot of promise in further leveraging that trusted provider relationship. And we know this is a comfortable place for folks where they want to get vaccinated. From the survey, we also saw that of all the potential barriers explored, that scheduling online was the biggest. So it was 18% overall, so not a huge barrier, but the most notable among the ones that we explored in the survey. And we did see that it tended to be more of a barrier for those age 60 and older, and then also our Latinx respondents. So we have continued to address online scheduling the past few months to make it easier, to make it more intuitive. So that's something that has certainly been addressed as we try to navigate that particular barrier. And then we also learned from the survey that weekday and daytime appointments were the most preferred time to receive a vaccination. So for those who are really likely to get vaccinated, it didn't matter. Motivation was high. I'll get vaccinated any day of the week, any time of the day. But as we're kind of moving into people that have more questions or a little more unsure, there's a stronger scheduling preference that's important to understand.
Sarah, when you presented that term healthcare setting to people, I mean, does that, would that include pop-up facility, pop-up events or something like the mass vaccination clinic? Or when you say healthcare setting, are people just really picturing, I'm going to my doctor's office, I'm going to the clinic?
Yeah, great question. So in the survey, we actually teased it out. So we asked healthcare setting like a doctor's office or urgent care clinic, and that was asked separately as compared to the mass vaccination site like the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center, or a pop-up clinic or a pharmacy. So we asked about each of those individually, and of those four, that healthcare setting of doctor's office and urgent care clinic was the highest. So more so than those other locations.
By a lot, or just sort of taper off, or
Yeah. So like for a mass vaccination site like the Deschutes County Fair and Expo Center, we saw that about 72% of people were comfortable. So it's still high, but still kind of notably lower than that healthcare setting.
Got it. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Sarah?
And now I want to just,
I was just going to say that my husband's internist was one of I think there were only maybe like 5 doctors originally in Bend that did put in for the vaccinations. And I was really happy because if you do have, you're worried about some kind of reaction, it's please go where you feel comfortable, go to your healthcare provider if they now have the vaccine access. So I think it's important to recognize that.
Yeah, totally agree. Thank you. Now I want to just quickly deep dive on 2 particular cohorts where we're seeing some lagging vaccine uptake. So I'll first talk about young adults and then Latinx community members. So in the survey, among young adults, we saw, 18 to 29-year-olds, we saw a notable increase in the intention to get vaccinated from 49 to 61%, which also aligns with national data where we're seeing that cautious segment in this younger group has also declined. Some other things that we have observed in this group. So weekday scheduling is most preferred. They're more likely to prefer evening scheduling over other cohorts. They also have the most comfort of all the age groups in pharmacy settings, which makes sense when you think about this age group might be less likely to have an established relationship with a primary care provider. This group was also the most likely in our survey to have had COVID-19. And interestingly, previous experience with COVID kind of leads to divergent vaccine attitudes. So we can see for people that have had COVID before, they might be like, I never want to experience this again, and have very high intentions for vaccine uptake. Or if the COVID experience wasn't that bad, they might have a lower risk perception or don't know that they need to get vaccinated, which it is recommended that if you've had COVID to get vaccinated, which is information that we've really been trying to get out there. And we also know from the OSU Cascades research that this cohort's really thinking about long-term effects. So being able to speak to the long-haul symptoms of COVID is very influential in moving folks toward vaccine acceptance. And their research also uncovered that while personal risk perception can be lower among younger adults, that they really are thinking and concerned about spreading COVID to others And also something that really came across in the research is that they're kind of sensitive to being scapegoated. They're not just out partying or things like that. Many are in unique situations that put them into more exposure of COVID-19. So essential work settings, having roommates, things like that. So overall for this group, convenience is a big factor. So we know the interest is there, but that kind of lower personal risk perception might be lowering motivation a bit. So we need to really make sure vaccinations as easy as possible for this group, and also keep in mind that younger generations have higher expectations for a seamless experience, making sure online scheduling is easy, things like that. So that's an important thing to note as well.
Sarah, I just wanted to really quickly share one data point. So this weekend, I went to one of my favorite restaurants to pick up some takeout food, and it was quiet and empty inside, so I had some time to talk with the staff. And the person who I spoke with had great hesitancy about getting vaccinated because they had been told that there was the risk of sterilization, having their reproductive future taken away from them by being vaccinated, and that fits with your long-term concerns. But it's a long-term concern on the other side. They may have unique or additional concerns about what the vaccine might do to them. And I don't know how you get good scientific information to people to counteract those kinds of concerns that people have heard about. But it was a very sobering moment for me to hear that concern come up in that conversation, and it's just, to me, it's just an indicator that there is a whole lot of information out there that is not based in scientific data.
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. We're seeing that particular concern is very sticky right now and something that's circulating. And you're exactly right that it's kind of a double-sided coin of being concerned about the long haul symptoms of COVID, but also concerns around unknown long-term effects of the vaccine. So we're really trying to get information out there around how we know that the long haul symptoms of COVID are very established and much more of a risk than any long-term effects of the vaccines. So it's something we're really trying to address.
And in this particular, I think, example, especially with young adults, Commissioner, as Sarah mentioned earlier, we really need to differentiate between the message and the messenger. For younger adults, the messenger is really the key. And whether it's their teacher or high school coach or their faith leader, people that they trust, it really matters who's giving them the message rather than the message itself.
Exactly. And now I'll just quickly highlight what we saw in our local data among Latinx community members. So from the survey, we also saw a big jump in likelihood to get vaccinated between December and March, from 60 to 77%. Now keep in mind that Latinx respondents were just 8% of the survey respondents, and with the margin of error, have to be a little careful in interpreting the percentages. Nonetheless, it's an encouraging jump, the directional shift of an increase in intent to get vaccinated. And this also aligns with national data that shows vaccine confidence has increased among communities of color. So from the survey, we saw that nearly half of Latinx respondents said they were more likely to get vaccinated now than they were 3 months ago. So acknowledging that those attitudes have been shifting. And as a result of availability of the vaccines, more time, knowing more people have been vaccinated. Among Latinx respondents, we also saw a strong preference for the mRNA vaccines. This was much more so than being likely to be interested in the Johnson & Johnson or any vaccine that's available to me. And that weekdays and afternoon scheduling were most preferred. And I think it's also worth noting that, like for young adults, convenience, the data really points to the importance of convenience and access maybe more so than confidence alone for this group because the intent is high. But it's a matter of making sure that we're making vaccination as convenient as possible. And this was also supported by some qualitative data gathered by OSU Cascades. And then to go over what we're doing to address vaccine confidence locally. So as I mentioned, the Vaccine Confidence Coalition has been really effective in gathering many relevant stakeholders together around the shared goal. So we share resources, staying apprised of what different organizations are doing for our local communities, and really keeping the language of vaccine confidence in the topic front and center. Different groups in the community are doing amazing work. So I want to highlight Mosaic, Latino Community Association, Volunteers in Medicine. They've been doing a lot to reach our Latinx community members. Central Oregon Council on Aging, Redmond Senior Center, worked with Walgreens to do a pop-up clinic and to vaccinate homebound community members. The regional partnership that's going on with local school districts and the health departments in Mosaic and St. Charles and La Pine Community Health Center. So I feel like I could kind of speak to a lot of amazing examples of what's happening locally. And then we've recently launched a big public awareness campaign. So we're on the radio currently, and we'll launch TV spots and do more on social media with PSAs and seeking to motivate people and make sure we're reaching people in as many different ways as possible, making sure they have the information of where and how to get vaccinated. And then another big component of the work is really just building excitement for the vaccines because it's something to be really excited about. So that involves featuring different community voices and stories, talking about the vaccines and endorsing the vaccines. We have buttons and stickers. And so that's been a really big part of the effort as well, just really normalizing this, showing that so many community members have already been vaccinated and enjoying the benefits of that. So I think that really brings me to the end of my presentation if there's any questions.
Well, Sarah, before giving the floor, just so first of all, great job, Sarah. You know, Sarah is, like I said, she only joined us December 1st and has become our resident expert in vaccine confidence. And not only she's smart and hardworking and very diligent in her work, most importantly, she's a Buckeye. She went to Ohio State, and I just want to put that out there that there's something about being a Buckeye that I'm sure plays a role in what we're seeing today. So that's number one. But really the other message I have for the community members, and I know commissioners, you appreciate this, but I also want the community members to know this as well. In health services, of course, under the guidance of our commissioners, we try to be as deliberate as possible in our decision making. So every week we've been hearing from Molly the great work being done in distribution and logistics of vaccines. At the same time, there's this amazing work being also done on the demand side of the vaccines. And internally, we have regular meetings to make sure that we're coordinating our findings and decision making. So some of the things that Molly was speaking to were not just experimental. They're based on evidence we're collecting from our community through statistically valid surveys or through a partnership with OSU Cascades, where they're helping us do qualitative analysis with different focus groups so we have more information around the whys. So all of these come together in order to inform the decision making. And of course, in consultation with our commissioners, we try to do the best that we can. And of course, we try to also strive in being a learning organization. We don't always get it right, but we try to not get it wrong the second time. So we learn from whatever is happening and we try to correct that and make adjustments and move forward. So we strive to be evidence-based and deliberate and a learning organization, and really appreciate the commissioners, really all of you for your guidance and support in this process.
Nawad, when you look at the map of Oregon and you see that Deschutes County is dark blue, we're one of the highest vaccinated counties in the state. And I'm thinking, okay, so we have 93,000 people vaccinated. We've had 7,300 cases. That's over 100,000. Why are our positive numbers the highest they've ever been? I mean, really, I'm like a numbers person, and I'm going, you know, it looks like we're really trying to do everything right, and yet, what was it, 548 or something this week? What do you think people have just gone beyond? Why are numbers the highest they've been?
That's a fair question, Commissioner, one that we are trying to better understand as well. I think a few weeks ago, I may have mentioned in this meeting that looking at new cases, I don't think it's the right metric for us right now, because it's not like we have uniform distribution of vaccines. We're going to have pockets of vulnerabilities in our communities. I think the key indicator for us should be around mortality, which was the initial goal of the vaccine rollout to vulnerable groups, older population, long-term care facilities, healthcare, for example, establishments. And we've done a good job of meeting that goal. But at the same time, we haven't had enough vaccines and we haven't had enough uptake necessarily to be able to interrupt the transmission of this virus. And let me be just the last word from my side. You know, in some ways, this is not so complicated. This virus, all it wants to do is survive. And the way it survives is by jumping from one person to another. So from one person who's not immune or vaccinated to another person. That's all it wants to do. So I think our job as Deschutes County residents and the community is to reduce the number of targets for this virus to be able to jump from one person to another. So let's forget about talking about a goal, a herd immunity, all of that, because who knows exactly what the right threshold is, especially with the emergence of the variants. All we should think about is, am I a potential target for this virus or not? I know I'm not. I'm vaccinated. And I know around 100,000 other people are also doing their part in not being targets. And I hope the others also choose not to be targets.
I just wanted to add, after last week's presentation of the data, and that I asked some questions about how many breakthrough cases are we seeing, and the number of breakthrough cases, people who have been vaccinated and are getting COVID, that's incredibly small. My take-home message was, COVID is raging through the unvaccinated population of our county, and to the extent that people who are not vaccinated are also gathering indoors without masks, in close proximity, and not taking precautions. That's the mechanism. So I mean, the people who are unvaccinated are the vulnerable, and then we know what the mechanisms of spread are, and the net result is that COVID is rampaging through the unvaccinated population of our county who are not taking precautions. So that's the only conclusion I can draw from looking at from the story, the data that we're hearing and the explanations of how COVID is spreading in our community. I did have a couple of questions, and the first one was sort of a nuts and bolts and dollars question. We have been able to provide access to vaccine through the mass vaccination clinic, in part because FEMA has been, the Federal Emergency Management Agency has been providing really important financial support to that effort. As we move to the more distributive model and pop-up clinics, are we able to access FEMA financial support in the same way, or was that really only available for the mass vaccination clinic? And I see Greg's in the room too, in case we need to pull him into the and maybe that question I can hold it till the next session as well. But if any of you have thoughts about that right now, because the story or the explanations of the roots of hesitancy that we just heard about, it sounds like it's really important to make vaccine conveniently accessible to people through different channels. And we want to, if we have less federal dollars to do that, then I want to make sure that we do whatever is necessary to make those resources available from the local level to be able to make that happen.
So, Commissioner, I don't have a full answer for you, and I think it makes sense for experts, our financial experts, to speak to that. What I do know is that even the FEMA funds are available until September. So at that point, we don't have clarity on whether or not they can be leveraged one way or another. So I think Cheryl and Greg, of course, can provide more context for that, but I do know about the timeline so far.
Thank you.
Well, and there is an opportunity to have a discussion about the grant, state grant approval for business assistance, so we can do that here for a few moments. Also, I mean, we are possibly, the opportunity is going to be able to switch to health maintenance, as part of this, as a major part of it, going to see your hopefully an annual checkup of some sort within a 12-month period. It's going to be offered. Vaccine will be offered as you go to a regular health provider. So it'll plug into different areas of our health system, and we'll be switching away from a mass vaccination clinic. So it'll still be available.
Yeah, no, I just want, I want vaccine to be as accessible as possible for people. Another question I had was about recent reports of protest activity. So both at the Bend High vaccine pop-up event last week, and then this, I heard yesterday at Mountain View High School, there have been people who have been protesting the vaccination events and potentially harassing young high school students who are trying to go and get vaccinated. And I was very concerned about that. And I'm wondering if you all have been hearing about those incidents, and whether you have any sense of whether this is going to continue. That we're going to see this at every high school vaccination event that occurs, or whether hopefully these were just one-time activities.
Commissioner, I don't have an answer for you on that. I would have to sit with a team who's dealing with this on a daily basis to have a better understanding of it. In some ways, from a public health standpoint, I prefer people voice their concerns through our democratic mechanisms and get it out so that we can address them than otherwise. So for me, there's always going to be this balance that we have to reach in terms of voicing our concerns, and at the same time not being barriers to others who want to seek certain services.
Yeah. No, I'm in no way suggesting that we stifle people's freedom of speech, but if that kind of activity is happening, if people are being intimidated from getting services that they are interested in getting, I want to be able to think about what we can do to support those people who are seeking vaccination.
Yeah, that's a very fair point. I understand that, and I'm glad you raised it. It's something that we need to. I haven't been in any meetings where it has been raised as a true barrier, but admittedly, I'm not in all the meetings either. So, so the ones I have been part of, I haven't heard it as a major barrier. And unfortunately, Molly had to sign off to attend a statewide meeting. She might have had more information on that.
And I can talk to the school district and try to gather some more information as well. Well, thanks for answering that question.
Great. Anything else?
I did have one more question, if we have time. A constituent an elderly, a senior constituent who is vaccinated, floated an idea by me this last week that I thought was actually kind of interesting, and I wanted to explore this. I believe this may be more of a legal question that I'm going to ask Dave about than a health services question. But essentially, this constituent asked me, would it be possible, could restaurants be allowed to ask people for proof of vaccination to come and dine indoors? And if they did that, would you be willing to press the governor to allow those restaurants to continue indoor dining if, the question was asked while we were in extreme risk, but I think the question now would be, would I be willing to press the governor to allow continued indoor dining in those restaurants during, if we go back to extreme risk? And so I would love to ask, put that question to Dave. Is that something that a restaurant could a private business could actually make the choice to do if they felt like that was a compelling reason to do so?
Probably the best way to analogize that would be that I don't believe there's any statutory prohibition, either state or federal, that would preclude a private business from doing that. Much like, no shirts, no shoes, no service type of a scenario. I will kind of put up the caution flag, however. There could be legal challenges that would be around things like privacy concerns, religious beliefs, possibly even some ADA accommodation type issues. So certainly any business that might be inclined to do that would be well advised to seek legal counsel, because they could be, buying a lawsuit if they're not careful. If somebody felt that they had a valid religious basis or medical basis for not being vaccinated and then were denied service. Right. Okay. So that'd be my quick assessment.
And the legal liability would lie with the restaurant that chose to do that.
I mean, they're the ones imposing that rule or restriction. Yeah.
The local public health authority couldn't defend a restaurant's right to do that or something like that.
Wouldn't be within our jurisdiction, or we wouldn't have privity for that business if they chose to do that. No.
Okay. Thank you.
And Commissioner, if I may compliment what Dave just mentioned, from a public health standpoint, my concern is around equity. So far, this vaccine has not been equitably distributed to our populations. And I would be, frankly, reluctant to consider that scenario at this juncture. I think once we have more vaccines available and people have really had adequate time to make the choices they want to make, and we feel that it's been equitably distributed throughout our populations, then at that point it can be revisited.
Good thoughts. Thank you.
So at this time, Greg's available, we could talk about funds, emergency funds coming down through the state at this point. I do know that we have our last agenda item before lunch, the Q3 performance measures, and we'll have a good 30 or 40 minutes for that at least.
Thanks.
Get out of here before.
This will be a follow-on to the COVID update for financial, but let's keep going with that. Yes, keep going live.
Well, good morning, Commissioners. I haven't been before you in a little bit here, but this is a quick check-in on our the financial side of the pandemic response. For the record, my name is Greg Munn, County Treasurer and CFO, and as you may be aware, yesterday we received $1.3 million in business assistance grant, an actual amendment to a previously received grant. And I have some updates. In the packet I gave you, just some discussion points that I'd like to go over. The actual copy of the amendment is attached as well, and on the last page is the distribution of the entire $20 million that came from the state to those 15 counties that were affected by moving into the extreme risk level. So we received the $1.3 million yesterday. We only learned about this last week, so this is a pretty quick turnaround from the state's side. And again, these funds were distributed by essentially a population-based distribution formula to those 15 counties that were moved into extreme risk as a result of the latest surge. And just a little bit of background, the original grant we received, this is, again, is an amendment to an original grant. The original grant we received was in early December. It was $2.2 million, and the purpose of that was for business assistance. We worked through COIC to award those grant funds, and we distributed those on December 23rd, so it was a couple days before Christmas. It was a very beautiful, sunny, blue day, but it was extremely cold, and I got too close to the heater out there, and it actually burned my coat.
Greg, that's too bad.
Is that a reimbursable expense for according to the finance?
Yeah, it probably is.
Yeah.
So this amendment is essentially, if you scroll down there to the middle of the first page, there's just really two differences from the original intent of the grant, 2.2 grant award. And one is that it allows, the first yellow highlighted section is it allows any grantee, it removes the prohibition from receiving grants twice. So if a business received grant funds in December, they could receive grant funds again under this amendment. That's the first major difference. And then the other major difference is underlined there in bold, and it's response to the health emergency, including those necessary expenditures incurred in response to a grantee's business return to an extreme risk level effective as of April 30th, 2021. Those are the two significant differences. In terms of process and timeline, as we've said before, time is really of the essence, and I think the goal here is to get the money out on the street as soon as possible to help those struggling businesses. The first step here is to accept the grant, so I'll be asking the board to approval of this amendment, and this would put us on schedule to receive the funds as early next week. In terms of distribution options, we have a few. Once we receive the money, how do we get this out? One is for us to do something similar to what we did with the CARES Act and distribute that way. That would be an internal distribution model, certainly an option. We also could look to some of our partners. I know that Ben Chamber and COIC have both expressed interest in facilitating the grant distribution process. Again, COIC did this for us last time on the first round of this in end of December. And Crook County, just as a little data point, has opted to utilize COIC to distribute these funds.
So I think it's very specific. So we just went in and we're coming out of an extreme risk level. Restaurants and gyms, very specifically, food establishments and gyms are the ones directly affected. So, and we do have experience with this from the end of the year, but yeah, maybe just a little bit narrower than what we've done in the past. Not all general business, but the ones that were shut down to, truly their activities of being able to open their doors. Just kind of laying out what I'm seeing here. And then also, COIC has been a good partner in this, and letting the community know where to go as a starting point is going to be pretty valuable. So, thoughts, commissioners?
Yes, we definitely need to get this money out to the community as quickly as possible, because just like talking to someone this morning, they refunded all these reservations that they had in their system. So definitely. And then talking to another restaurant, they just ordered 6 more outdoor table sets. So how many dinners will they have to sell in order to pay for those 6 additional outdoor table sets? I mean, it's unbelievable. So this is really going to be restaurants and gyms then?
Well, it's just an observation.
What are are we aware of any other key categories of business that were particularly impacted by the bump to extreme risk?
Yeah, well, certainly any restaurants and gyms would be the primary affected, but I imagine they're a subset of a larger set. I wouldn't say it's necessarily a much larger set, but.
What about dance studios? I didn't hear from the owners of dance studios, but I know that they had been affected in the past. And I remember a restaurant that I called in December for the funding. when I told him, and he was expecting $15,000 to $20,000. And I go, you know what? We had over 1,000 applicants, and we only had 2.4 million when we put in a couple extra 100,000. So, yes, this is only 1.339. Yeah, it's even less money, and I'm sure we're going to have quite a few businesses that are worthy of getting that funding.
And I'd also, I hope that we can also think of this immediate assistance that we want to get out as soon as possible as part of a kind of broader package of support. This is maybe jumping ahead a little bit, but from the American Rescue Plan funds that will come to the county, I very much hope that we can use some of those dollars to support businesses who've been, heavily impacted by the pandemic, to try to make sure that they are able to, come out the other end and get back to business and be in a strong position. So I don't know if kind of thinking about those other dollars in the background helps us kind of tailor and target these dollars, but I do think we should think about it as a combination type effort.
Yeah, that'll be our discussion right after lunch also.
Yeah, and I think one thing that might be helpful there, and we'll talk about this after lunch as well when we get into the ARP funds, is at least this is the way I think about it. The funding we're talking about here, this $20 million that ends up in $1.3 million to the county, is response related, is more emergency related, whereas the ARPA funds could be looked at more as rebuilding and resiliency and reinvestment in the community. That's kind of how I look at the two. I don't know if that helps you at all, but two different focuses. And that was one of the reasons why I wanted to talk about this one separate from that, because it's very easy to muddy the waters with the different programs that are available, the Restaurant Revitalization Fund, the Commercial Rent Relief Fund. There's many things out there, and it's very confusing. So,
yeah.
Commissioners, can I ask a question?
Oh, please.
So, thanks, Greg, for the summary. In the material that we got from the state that you handed out here, I mean, it discusses necessary expenditures incurred in response to the extreme risk category, but I don't see anything in here referring to lost revenue, as a result of shutting down. So it was my impression that the part of the money was to offset some of that lost revenue. So I wonder if that's just implied in this, or if there's some kind of additional clarification or guidance that would confirm that. And so that's kind of the first part of the question. The second part, if that's true, then I'm curious, and perhaps this comes later in terms of how we would allocate that, how say a business would demonstrate that lost revenue in order to ask for a certain amount, or sort of a standard amount. So kind of mechanical questions.
yeah, those are great questions, and I've heard the same in terms of lost revenue as a result of the extreme risk categorization. I think those are things we're going to have to ferret out. The one thing I have been told from folks at the state is that this is extremely flexible funding, and there is a significant amount of local control. So the boundaries are wide, and it can be applied in a similar fashion to how we applied the funding allocation on the first round, which was also lost revenue.
One specific question that has come up this past week was from a business, an athletic facility type business, who they both that they had a previous difficulty accessing assistance because they owned their building, and I'm sorry, I should have brought the details with me, but I can forward you the email. But they owned their building, and so one of the kind of streams of assistance said, this is for businesses who rent their space. And so do you have any sense, just from the parameters that have been set out for these $1.3 million so far, whether that is a restriction on these dollars?
I don't believe that's a restriction.
So as I'm sitting here, I'm thinking maybe there's a way to just set up a simple application process, and maybe 2 types or 3 types of applications, 3 levels of application. I'm just trying to keep it simple. X amount times 2 and 3, $500, $1,500, and $3,000, or some number. Keep it real simple, and then have people apply for what kind of matches to them, and then just divide the numbers and get this out. Because there's going to be a lot of activity with the next dollars coming in from the discussions at the federal level, the state level, and the local level for the American Rescue Funds. And as I say, maybe there's something we can do there, because different restaurants do have different overheads. Some are big operations, high rent, high volume. Others are a little bit slower and quieter. But, everybody's motivation is customer service and profit, obviously. So maybe there's a way this could be clarified at the board level to keep it simple, make a simple application process, trying to get around even that concept of if you own your building and you're renting from your, entity that owns the building, just kind of wipe that right off the table. Either you qualify or either you apply or you don't, and then, qualifications will need to be documented, but not a huge application process.
Keep it simple. Is Dave Givens going to be part of this? I was looking for Dave on the screen, and, last time it was really wonderful having Dave and Scott Aycock, and, coordinate together. This is really a drop in the bucket for our people. Honestly, 1.3 million, it doesn't go far enough, but because we have those other funds coming in, but we need to get this out quickly just to our community.
Right. So Dave Givens did a lot of work, and great work. I'm glad he stepped in to do this, to work with Scott Aycock and COIC in spinning up this process to get the funds out. If we were to do something like this on our own, we would have some certain amount of lag time to be able to do that, to develop an application process. Both COIC and the Chamber have done this already. They have websites built, they have forms built, they know the contacts, they know where the needs are in the community, or they know how to get it very quickly and answer a lot of the questions I think that you're all asking, which are great questions. Our ability to get the money out sooner would definitely be through one of them.
Yeah.
We could do it, but it would take us some time to get the wheels turning and get up to speed.
But I like Dave working with them just because, and he has that prior experience. And there were a few people that came up and got their checks that day that actually said, it was just a miracle, I knew about it. So remember some of those, Greg? There were people that really weren't in that circle of hearing. So
I think getting the word out is probably, it might be the biggest challenge.
maybe we can do some kind of messaging, public messaging even on the radio or something. I think it would be really worth it. Yeah, there were enough people that, and some of those people were crying when they got their check. So, and it wasn't that much money, but it did make a difference.
Yep.
I don't know if if there's a firewall between the data that our environmental health group maintains and granting processes like this, privacy issues or something like that. But I mean, it certainly seems like we know every single restaurant and gym in the county through our environmental health division, and hopefully we have their data in a very handy exportable format for notification about this opportunity. I'm saying we might have some of the data to make sure that we get the word out, but I'm not. I still like the idea of working with a COIC or a Ben Chamber on this, and I guess my inclination is if these are funds that are supposed to be distributed countywide, that it would, in my opinion, it makes sense to work with a COIC, particularly if Crook County is also falling in that direction. And we could ask them to come back to us with a proposal for how this could be done simply.
Yeah, I'm supportive of that also. So the action for right now is accepting the grant agreement amendment, and then also providing direction, which, yeah, could be COIC. So if we want to formalize that in our minutes, we can do that at this time.
There's some language underneath
Sure.
the recommendation request that you can use if you'd like to.
Okay, on the back of the first page.
Okay, so I move that we approve the Oregon Amendment Number 1 to the Grant Agreement Number 2507, increasing the award by 1.339980.26 cents for the purpose of assisting businesses affected by the escalation of the county's COVID-19 risk to extreme on April 30th, 2021.
Second.
Any other discussion? Hearing none. Commissioner Dare?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. So then the other item is, given direction on distribution method. The idea was COIC, and there's other partners, but COIC has been mentioned a few times as the entity, as a primary entity to help coordinate the distribution of these funds.
And
Somebody want to?
With the coordination with Dave Givens, if he
Sure.
is available. I think it's important, just because he has
Yep.
the continuity.
And we would definitely want to let the Ben Chamber know we really want them to help get the word out.
All the chambers, yes.
Yeah.
Commissioners, the recommendation on the motion did include authorization for staff to sign the
Oh.
amendment.
Oh, sorry,
that
and
be
authorize,
included?
should I amend it?
Sure.
Just acknowledge.
Okay, and authorize county staff to execute
Execute.
this amendment, the amendment.
Indeed.
Second.
Yeah, so, and then all in favor? Aye. So just acknowledging that amendment. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of, are we planning to go ahead with COIC?
I'll acknowledge support for that also, yeah. One entity, because it'd be bad, I wouldn't support two, negotiating. Definitely any chamber and business can engage with COIC. Let's make it a real clear, simple process. This is one step in, we do know other dollars are coming from federal government also.
Okay, and I'll reach out to Katie at the chamber and just let her know
Oh, yeah.
the sentiments, and I think she'll appreciate that.
I would just like to clarify, this be always referred to as Deschutes County funds, because last time I was on several calls and meetings where it was called COIC funds. No, it's not. It's Deschutes County funds. They are just the implementer of the funding. So just want to make sure that people know this is coming from Deschutes County.
Good point.
Okay.
Well, I kept hearing it, and I'm going like,
Well, technically, they're state funds, but,
well, yeah, but we're the one that's distributing them.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
And as soon as I have an update on the process, I'll come back to you, do a brief update. That might end up being having Scott step in and give a little update on, how the funds how they suggest it and how we can actually get it out and when. So we'll be back in touch about that.
Great.
And Greg, while you're here, I mean, we could save this to the ARPA discussion later, but I mean, do you have an answer on the FEMA support for vaccination efforts, and whether it will be continued FEMA support for distributed vaccination efforts as opposed to the MassVax clinic?
Sure. So I can tell you that the projects that FEMA's funding now through either directly through FEMA or through OHA, which is the path that we're going on, and we're waiting for our contract right now, is for mass vaccination. But also, there's lots of information out there about FEMA support for just vaccines, period. So I would not be surprised if there would be FEMA support. In fact, I'm almost certain there would be FEMA support for this distributive model and costs associated with that to help funding. I think that's one of their number one priorities right now.
Great, thank you. Yeah, because I would just hate for dollars to hold us back from doing everything we can to make all those pop-up clinics happen and all of those efforts.
Yeah, and FEMA's taken a real different approach on this from the experience we've had with them in the past. Usually it could take a couple of years to get a reimbursement for some sort of a disaster. And their approach now is 180 degrees the other way, where they're actually pre-funding this work based on estimates. So you can see the difference in their approach. Okay, great, thank you.
Okay, so that would be the end of the COVID update that was broadcast on Facebook Live today. At this time, but the good stuff is next. We're switching gears to quarterly performance measure updates by our different departments here in Deschutes County. So this will be item number 11, Q3 performance measures.
Thank you, Commissioner DeBonne. For the record, Whitney Hale, Communications Director. Today we're going to be hearing from a variety of departments that will be providing their Q3 performance measure updates. Departments develop their performance measures to tie into the goals and objectives that are set by the Board of Commissioners each year. And throughout the year, we try to rotate through departments, so you hear from a variety of departments on a variety of topic areas. So today you'll be hearing from a few departments that we have for the first time this year, so that's great. I'm gonna switch things up a little bit from the staff report you have in front of you, and I'm gonna let the Sheriff's Office go ahead and lead us off first. I know Captain Garrison was hoping to join us, and in the event that he is still on Zoom, we will go ahead and let the Sheriff's Office provide their update first. The Sheriff's Office was reporting under the goal of safe communities, and the objective: provide safe and secure communities through coordinated public safety services. And this was the measure on patrol community contacts. So I see Joe Brundage and Captain Garrison there. I'll go ahead and turn things over to you.
Thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you. The measure we're talking about today is our community contacts. And when I started 3 years ago, we had two goals, one for dispatched calls and one for deputy-initiated contacts. But because they have an inverse correlation, we combined them to make them one goal, but we still track them separately. And so let's see if I can share this. Let's see.
Yes, we're seeing it.
Okay. As you can see, our dispatch calls from 21 versus 20 are almost identical. And dispatch calls are both 911 calls and non-emergency calls from dispatch. The deputy initiated calls, then, because we respond to all dispatch calls, we're left with the available time to do deputy initiated calls. And as you can see on that chart, and excuse our construction, that seems to happen just every time we have a meeting with you. We have dropped considerably from the prior year, and that's what Captain Garrison's going to talk about, why that's happening and what that means for us going forward.
Thank you.
That's all right. So as is noted by Joe there with our statistics, from 1 year to the next, the biggest, I'll pause just a second, that we've noticed is we have asked our deputies to curtail somewhat of their self-initiated activity. And that was due in part to a request from DMV, as DMV was taking a moratorium on a number of type of offenses that they would not want us to enforce, such as registrations, ODL renewals, and things of that nature. It was a COVID safety factor to minimize the exposure of deputies. They were still instructed that in the event that there was an issue with public safety and traffic enforcement was required, by all means, they were certainly to carry that out. It was not to ignore or less emphasize those things that are quality of life, which such as one of the things as traffic is within Deschutes County. But we were spending more quality of time with those calls for service, as Joe has noted.
Great. Well, that's a good connection between the choices made during COVID, understanding with registration not being required, because that would be something that could be viewed in the public if a registration isn't valid or up, up to date. So that, it's good to close that loop and let us understand that this is a cause and effect of where we've been.
Good, and that's in concert with our fellow public safety partners, the Oregon State Police. We had regular contacts with the superintendent, who was sharing that information, that same message that was being sent to the state police as well, and so it was pretty much a united front with all law enforcement within the county.
Yep, thank you. Well, thank you for the update. Each one of these topics really brings us back together about the big picture. I see safe communities and healthy people, service delivery are the big topics today. But yeah, it helps to understand that we're all kind of on the same team, providing a great level of service for the community.
Absolutely.
Captain Garrison, so I'm curious. So less deputy-initiated contacts, but that doesn't mean the deputies weren't out and about, kind of.
No, not at all. We were still actively patrolling. They were seen. They were visible in the incorporated as well as incorporated areas. I mean, our services are not only a deterrent of crime, but also those other mandated services such as civil service, which somewhat of that was that's another piece that was also subtracted from that, is we didn't have anywhere near as many subpoenas as court appearances were down. Trials the number of those were down. So court appearances were lessened. So we weren't serving as many subpoenas. Also evictions with the moratorium on that. So that's another piece that puzzle was there. So they were present and active in being visible within the community, but just not taking the action that we typically would.
Good to know. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Great. Well, we will go ahead and we'll move back to the beginning of the staff report, which is an update from facilities, also under the goal of safe communities and the objective of collaboration with partners to prepare for and respond to emergencies and disasters. So I'll turn things over to Lee.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Hello.
Afternoon.
Morning. Lee Randall, Facilities Director, for the record. Our measure is to improve the structural resilience of county buildings through improvements to seismic restraints and by completing structural engineering reviews at targeted facilities. So over the past several years, our seismic improvement program has focused on improved restraints for fire sprinkler lines and the installation of seismic shutoff valves at gas meters. We've completed a combined total of 8 projects, with 7 more planned for this spring. We've also completed a structural analysis at 3 of our older buildings that focuses on improving life safety in the event of an earthquake, essentially making sure people can exit the building safely. These reviews are conducted by an engineering firm and involve a review of the construction documents, a site visit, and then an inspection of the building. So moving on to our current project, the courtroom remodel project is currently underway. It's focused on 3 1977 courtrooms and includes replacing the roofs. As part of the roof replacement, structural strapping is being added to the roof deck as a seismic improvement, tying the roof envelopes together. And work is currently underway on courtroom D through the end of May. So the work is being performed at night in that the remaining courtrooms are still operational. As the roofing contractor demos out the old roof, the carpenters follow behind and install the steel strapping. And then the roofers are back installing the roof, making sure that we're weather tight. As you can imagine, there's a significant amount of coordination, but the project is going well. Courtroom A and B will follow, with project completion expected in September. And the approximate cost of the seismic upgrade portion of the project is $80,000. So that's an update on where we've been in the current project involving the courtroom, and I'm open for any questions you may have.
Well, what comes to mind is, we're in this fire-prone landscape in Central Oregon, and we want more snow and more water, but I have a hunch that it's been very good conditions for this roof work that's happening right now.
Yes. When you're doing roof work, you're looking for dry conditions, even if you know deep down it's not the best thing.
Yep.
or the rest of our environment out there.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have updated engineering on their existing facilities too. I know that time can go by 5, 10, 20 years, and we haven't looked at some things, and just having a fresh look and some professionals take a look at these facilities is always going to be valuable. Thanks for doing what you're doing.
And you're welcome. And we'll have more projects planned that we'll discuss through the budget process that'll be coming up for this coming year.
Yeah, when I got to take a tour of the courthouse a month or two ago, they showed me some of the recently remodeled courtrooms, and the judges and the staff at the courthouse were just so happy to be working in those places. So thank you.
Great, you're welcome.
Thank you. Next up, we had planned for an update from Justice Court. Unfortunately, we had a little bit of a date shift for this item. Judge Fadley let us know he has 2 small claims trials today, so he was not able to make it. But we appreciate them providing these updates. I just wanted to call up for the board's attention that if you look from Q1 to Q3, you'll see an increase due to COVID impacts in the small claims cases that have been filed. So in Q1, there were 0 small claims cases filed. In Q2, 101. In Q3, which is the quarter we're reporting on, they're up to 117. So really seeing an uptick there. The measure that Justice Court was planning to report on deals with the resolution of those cases. And in Q3, they were averaging 96% resolution rate for small claims cases. So.
Well, and if he's at those trials right now for small claims cases, it fits right back into keeping that metric high.
Yep, definitely. So then we will move on to health services. Environmental Health Supervisor Eric Monet is going to join us. Health is going to be reporting under the goal of healthy people and the objective of supporting and advancing the health and safety of Deschutes County's residents. I see Eric. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Whitney. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to share on our measure. You may have noticed from the recent quarterly inspections measure that the environmental health 2020 and 2021 inspections numbers are a little lower than normal. has transformed our daily operations over the past 15 months into helping businesses and the public navigate through our new normal of the day. Last Friday marked at least the third time we've been told by Oregon Health Authority to not do field inspections. But we still have an obligation to reach out and help all types of businesses in figuring out the ever-changing Oregon Health Authority guidance documents and the latest governor's executive order requirements. Countless restaurants, hotels, child cares, and pool operators have asked us what they can and can't do, especially if they have a COVID case or two or three. Our prevention outreach and business assistance also extends to gyms and barbershops, nail and hair salons, homeowners associations that say, hey, can we play pickleball, or how many people can we have out here? Airplane parts manufacturing companies, boys and girls clubs, event coordinators, box stores, grocery stores, auto parts stores, and even a winery. So even when we can't inspect businesses on a routine basis, we still help them in whatever way we can, whether it's restaurants, convenience stores, personal services, massage parlors, dentist offices. Environmental health is trying to help them with personal protective equipment, outbreak investigations, and funding opportunities like rent relief, paycheck protection program loans, restaurant revitalization funding. And just to kind of piggyback on something Commissioner Chang had brought up, I did want to note that we can blast an email to over 1,600 licensed facilities, restaurants, food, pool, lodging. We do that routinely, giving them updates on all types of things, from COVID to cleaning to contact tracing, and the latest guidance. So we can blast out any funding opportunity as necessary. So I think I'll just stop there and see if there's any questions.
Well, knowing that number 1,600 is pretty valuable. I just took that 1.3 million, divided it. It's $837. So that's good.
That's a terrible number.
But that puts it in perspective, at least, right, for the numbers we have. So that's interesting. And not that that would be the way to go, but it's just a way to put it as scope.
And not that every single one of them is going to
Yeah.
ask for a piece of those funds. So.
Well, and I'll acknowledge that, yeah, it has been a transformation. Environmental health has been a consulting and a trusted source for a lot of different business types. And as I mentioned in the past, it used to be kind of back of the house restaurant inspections, and man, has it evolved in the last 12 months. So thank you very much for everybody in the group there doing what you're doing. So the goal of healthy people has been worked on enthusiastically by environmental health.
And
Thank you, commissioners.
And helping all of those businesses play their role and do their part to contain the virus. I know that it has been a huge assist to our business community. So thank you.
Okay.
You're welcome.
Rolling right through it. Thank you.
We'll transition to solid waste. I see Tim Shimke and Sue on the line with us. Solid waste is going to be reporting under the goal of healthy people and the objective helping to sustain natural resources in balance with other community needs. So Tim, I'll let you go ahead and kick us off.
Good morning. Tim Shimke, Director of the Department of Solid Waste. Our measure today we want to talk about is we're committed to working with solid waste providers to increase the diversion rate and collect more recyclables than in the past fiscal year, where we recorded 62,118 tons of recyclables collected. We are well on our way at this point, and we are a little bit late with our data. I only have data for the first 2 quarters now, but we're probably 12,000 tons, just under 12,000 tons over that same time period in the last fiscal year. So we're well on our way to meeting that goal and looking forward to setting a new higher goal for next year. There is one thing I feel it's important to point out. So we've had this measure for a number of years, and we typically try to tie it in with the state's diversion goal. They put out a report every year and tell us how much we diverted and what our diversion rate is. It's been very, very difficult to work with that data for a couple of reasons. Number one, it's not very timely at all. It's a huge effort that the state goes through. This year, just last month, I received preliminary information on how we did in 2019. So they're over a year behind. Typically, it's 10 months to a year. And so it's very difficult to give you quarterly updates on data that I only get, a year after the material is counted. The other difficulty is they identify a whole lot of diversion from outside the solid waste system. So they query manufacturers and all businesses, anything that they think might be diverting material away from the waste stream, they query them and they count that material as well. On a typical year, of all the tons that DEQ say we divert, I can only account for about half of those tons in the solid waste system. So what we collect at the curb and at the landfill and the transfer stations and other depots, it's only about half. So we've decided to focus on those materials that we can account for and where we can have some influence. And so we're just looking at what we're collecting through the service providers, the franchise collectors, and our depots and things. And so we're transitioning. We'll refine this as we go along. It's quite a change for the service providers who typically don't have to look at recycling numbers but once a year. Now we're asking them to do that at least monthly if we can. And so there's some improvements yet to be made, but we're on a good track, I believe.
So the bottom line is residential recycling is going up. I mean, is that what we've seen in the last year?
Yes, dramatically. Yeah. And remember when the state calculates the diversion rate, so it's how much you collected divided by how much you put in the landfill. And so our disposal numbers are up dramatically as well. So even though we're collecting a lot more on the recycling side, our diversion rate may not change a whole heck of a lot. In fact, it may even decrease, which is usually what we see in a boom economy, which is what I would characterize this one based on our waste loads.
Well, that's interesting. Good. Well, it's good to kind of take a moment and think that through, too. So if we do see a diversion rate that either stays flat or even goes down, we know that's a growing system in a different environment. You know, people working from home, shutdowns because of COVID, restaurant activity different than in the past. This is definitely a time of change, too. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're quite
Oh,
welcome.
Tim,
Thank
were you busy last weekend?
Fire free?
Yes, it was huge.
Huge.
You know, a slow day now is 600 or 700 customers midweek. It was probably almost twice that on Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, they're coming in.
Thank you, Deschutes County.
Well, I've seen the trailers coming up the highway from all over, you know, so they're going right past the transfer station up to Knott right now. So, I mean, it is interesting time, a lot of activity.
Yeah.
Wonder if those March 28th fires put the fear into some people.
Well, if you look at the data that on recycling, the biggest gains we're seeing is in yard debris. You know, so I think the word is out there and people are taking action. So that's a good thing.
Yep, good.
Good. Thanks.
Okay. Well,
Thank you,
thank you
Tim.
so much.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
That's the last scheduled update we have for Q3. If the board has any questions, I'm happy to try and answer them, and otherwise we will see you in Q4 for our next round of performance measure updates.
Well, and I would just advocate, you know, we do have quite a matrix of performance measures in the organization. It is part of our annual review of the goals and objectives, and you know, we're adding value by doing this. I'm just putting the word out even to the organization that, you know, hopefully this is a positive environment of documenting what we're doing. How can we do it a little bit better? Does it align with the values and the service we're providing? And as I say, let's just make sure it's positive and keep looking at the numbers seriously too.
Yeah, I spent a good chunk of time going through the entire matrix, and it's really impressive, all of the work that is being done throughout the county to achieve the goals that we've set. So, I also really appreciate this kind of like zoom in every quarter to evaluate some of the great things that are happening.
Commissioners, if I can put in a plug, we're coming up on our budget process. You'll get your proposed budget documents here in a couple weeks or a week or so. So all of the goals that you hear each quarter, including today's report, is based on goals that were overall your goals and objectives, and then the measurements that the departments developed that are published as part of the budget document. These are what was done 11 months ago. So in the review of the proposed budget document here in the next month, that will form the basis for what we report on next fiscal year. So I know you do, but encourage you to not only take a look at the numbers that are in the proposed document, but also the measurements that are part of that document that are, again, designed to carry out your vision and your direction as part of the goals and objectives that you set for us for FY22.
So we could think of them as proposed goals and objectives by departments, and during the budget process, even ask for, could we do this differently? Why are we at 90? Should we be 95% of whatever, just some number, and that could be a discussion item at the budget process.
Precisely.
Yeah.
Being mindful of how packed our budget hearing agenda is already.
In preparation for it, you know, you can do it all the week before too. Yep. Okay, thank you for that reminder. So at this time, this is our agenda items for before the lunch recess. We do have a few items this afternoon and executive sessions also. So we'll recess for lunch. What was that? 1 o'clock. Thank you. Hey, welcome back to the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners meeting for our 1 o'clock item, number 12, American Rescue Plan Funding Preliminary Groundwork Discussion. Greg Munn.
Thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, Greg Munn, County Treasurer and CFO. And the purpose of this agenda item is to begin a formal discussion of some broad concepts of priorities around how to allocate these funds and sort of the process moving forward. And I anticipate this will be the first of many of these sorts of conversations as we learn more. So the American Rescue Plan Act, acronym is ARP or ARPA, was signed into law on March 11th, 2021. It's a $65 billion direct infusion of funds to counties, to every county in the United States. The distribution, as you may know, comes in 2 tranches. The first will be within 60 days of the enactment, so by May 11th, which is next Tuesday, and the second tranche is within a year, so it'll be by May of 2022. Funds are distributed based on population. The initial estimate that Deschutes County will receive in total is $38 million, with half of $19 million by next week and another half of $19 million by the following year. Incidentally, you'll see that budget in the upcoming proposed budget. There'll be a new fund that's created that will show that $38 million in next year's budget. So the ARP funds must be spent by December 31st of 2024, so we have about 3.5 years to expend those funds. There's a list of allowable items. Essentially, it's responding to the COVID emergency or its negative economic impacts, providing government services to the extent the reduction in a loss of revenue, investments in water, sewer, and broadband infrastructure, and responding to workers performing essential work, including premium pay, and also to other employers who we might contract with who do the same. So very broad published criteria so far. The only published restriction is that we can't use the funds to deposit into a pension fund, so we can't pay back any pension debt. There's one other restriction that doesn't really apply to us, but if the governing board had enacted a tax reduction during this time, you couldn't use these funds to backfill that tax reduction, but it doesn't apply to us. So we're expecting that Treasury will issue more detailed guidelines by the time the first tranche is distributed next Tuesday. I think there was some learnings that occurred during the CARES Act and Coronavirus Relief Fund distribution and rules that were set up during that. They continue to roll out over time, and I think instead of that, Treasury has decided to try to be really thoughtful ahead of time and send them out once versus continuing to cause us to all chase some rules that were evolving over time. So today is under discussion. County staff, since becoming aware of this, we've been collecting, we have this repository list of items that we think would be eligible for this sort of funding. It's not just county staff, but we're collecting it from folks like Neighbor Impact and some of our partners in the community. And this is merely just a throw it on the wall list, and at some point this will, I imagine that it'll be whittled down into something that we can present to you for some funding decisions. But we're already trying to think ahead a little bit here of what might be eligible, and I know I've received input from some of you anyway, and those items have gone on the list as well. So with the receipt of the first tranche of funding by next Tuesday, coming up here real soon, I wanted to begin the conversation to begin to lay the groundwork for some processes to allocate these funds. And before we jump into that, I wanted to read to you something, because everybody's asking this question is, how do we proceed forward with this? And I think I may have copied you on an article that was in the Engaging Local Government Leaders publication. It was posted back in March, and it was Mayor Funk. You may remember that. Mayor Funk? Okay. So he said essentially the thoughts he wanted to get across is how do you deal with the distribution of one-time funds? One-time funds, especially at this magnitude. And here were some thoughts that he had that I thought I'd pass on to you. He says he has a consultant, a municipal finance expert who wrote that 7 deadly sins of public finance, said at the top of the list is the commandment to avoid using one-time funds to fix long-term problems. If you have something that's structural, once those one-time funds run out, if you don't fix the structural problem, you still have the structural problem to deal with. Another is that avoid using stimulus funds to build new assets or launch new programs that will saddle yourself with new unfunded operating costs. If you create new long-term operating expenses, you may be in a worse position than if you hadn't spent the money at all. The funds heading to local government to backfill revenue deficit and stimulus additional public spending is an incredible opportunity for not only relief, but for growth. Localities will have a wide latitude on their use of the money, and the money coming their way is significant. For many of us, it's been a while since we've traveled by air, but we all remember the instructions: secure your own mask before assisting others. The same rules apply to government, and in this case. First, fix your own emergency before tackling anything else. Replenish your depleted reserves would be a responsible act. Second, consider investing some of your money to reduce your operating expenses. We all know deferred maintenance costs are more the longer you put it off. Now's the opportunity to make those long overdue investments in infrastructure. Think beyond your borders. Cooperate on regional projects that wouldn't have been possible either by yourself or before, but are now within reach. He says, this may seem to violate my rule about avoiding new operating costs, but quality infrastructure is a driver of economic growth, allowing government to get an ROI, return on investment, on these dollars. And finally, making those overdue investments in technology and cybersecurity is another way to save costs down the road while simultaneously better serving your constituents. And of course, some of the money should and must be spent on social services and small businesses in a way that helps avert short-term disaster. And we should pursue all of this work through the lens of social equity. So with that, those were just some thoughts from somebody who studies this, Mayor Funk. I think that's actually his real name. And with that, under the discussion points, there's 4 categories. The first one is, what's the board's broad categories in terms of moving forward? And we can probably take these one at a time, but the ARPA funds represents a transition from, like I was mentioning this morning, from an emergency triage position to one that's funding in more of recovery and resilience in the future. The concept of spending money, expenditures versus capital investments. ARP represents an opportunity for state and local officials to invest in their communities rather than simply spend their significant allotments. The intent appears to be incredibly flexible, supportive of creative and innovative recovery solutions, and supportive of local discretion. And I just threw in here, just in terms of broad categories, just as a reference point, the broad categories for CARES were direct response to COVID, and again, that was an emergency response, housing and basic needs, economic assistance, and then they had a category for other. So I'll stop there on that first discussion point and open it up for conversation.
Great. This is an opportunity, as you mentioned, just kind of throw stuff against the wall, see what might stick. So any idea is appropriate at this time. There's 3 Board of Commissioners members here, but there's a whole society out there kind of starting to think about what is this, what are the possibilities too. So just acknowledging that, I'm open and available for input on this. Already people are talking about, specific jobs, tasks, investments. So yeah, this is the opportunity for us to open it up. See Commissioner Dare's writing wildly.
Well, no, I was just thinking, something that we hear about all over the country, but we know we hear about it in Deschutes County, is that there aren't people working. And what if, I know some people are giving bonuses for signing bonuses like now, and then you get so much in so many months. What if we help with that signing bonus program in our county so that if we're going to be really busy this summer, I know our businesses would really like to have more employees. How many things are they going to have to cut back on? You know, it's just like listening to Sun River. Are they going to be able to open 3 pools, or are they going to just be able to maybe open 1, 5 hours a week or something? So maybe some kind of a signing bonus. I don't know. That's out there, but it seems like it's a problem all over the entire country. If we cannot stop the unemployment that's being paid weekly until September 6th, it's $300 a week on top of the state funds. If we can't stop that, and it seems to be a clear problem everywhere, it's impacting. I just read that the Sisters McDonald's is paying $18.25 an hour to get somebody to start working at McDonald's. So, it's a serious issue, and it just seems like maybe we could help with that. I don't know. It's going to be a one-time thing. How do we get people back to work where they actually feel better about themselves and they're actually contributing to the community? When I see people coming in the market and there's only one checkout and they just throw all their food down because they cannot stand to wait, it's like, no, everyone, you're going to have a little more patience, because right now everybody is struggling to find employees.
Well, and any idea is a good idea right now, so.
Yeah, I'm really interested in that goal of helping businesses and helping employers find employees as well. And I would look at it from a couple of different angles. I don't believe that the expanded unemployment assistance is really the key issue in our region, based on looking at some data that Damon Runberg, our regional labor economist, was presenting just a few weeks ago. If you subtract out the people who are classified as unemployed, but basically are still attached to an employer and just have been laid off and haven't gone back yet, like our unemployment rate is only like 4%. So it's a very tight labor market. And I think there are some deeper roots to that, being, 2 of which are housing affordability and childcare. And so I'm interested in seeing what we can do in those arenas. I'd throw those out as 2 categories that actually are not just important to our people, but also are important to our economic future. I believe it may be someone just suggested this in a constituent email to all of us, or someone has mentioned this idea to me. But if we are able to use these funds to pay premium pay, then besides trying to offer enticements or incentives to people who are you want to come work for you, what about also recognizing all of the essential workers who have been out in the private sector, who have been diligently making sure that that we can come and buy groceries or things like that. So I don't know if there are ways for in this guidance where it says we're able to provide grants to eligible employers that have eligible workers who perform essential work. I think it would actually be really neat to be able to offer employers the opportunity to provide a small bonus to their essential workers who have been who've been at it through the whole pandemic, making sure that people have food on their table and services like that.
So a couple kind of switching gears to this, my thought is big projects, the possibility, it was mentioned in that article about regional projects. There may be an opportunity to provide support for a regional style project. And I think of the cost of housing was already mentioned, but roads, water, sewer, those infrastructure type systems, when the system development charges just keep climbing because of the cost of building the next mile of whatever, there may be some really interesting choices in there, which could be structural long-term investments that reduce the cost of housing. And that's more of a county participating with the city's long-term structural costs. But I support looking at that.
Yeah.
It'd be really interesting. When we think of housing, you think of the starter home, the family home, the retirement village, or whatever it is. So getting anything like that out there would be valuable. So that's one of the thoughts I have. Kind of the quality and long-term viability of that infrastructure. And just a few years ago, we were talking about when the federal government used to do infrastructure grants. That's how water and sewer systems got expanded and cities grew. And we haven't seen that in a while. So, we could extrapolate that, this kind of fits like that used to fit, so there's huge opportunities there. We talk about a campground for long-term homeless, stability, something, the terminology is all over the place on that, but man, if there's an opportunity for a land use play there, just get that one infrastructure piece. We're already committing to the Veterans Village in St. Vincent de Paul, and we've heard Redmond asking, what do these little villages, look like? But people want to have that super low cost, no frills, where can I go and just take care of myself? So maybe there's an opportunity for some of that. That's truly a one-time cost. It's different than single-family neighborhoods, obviously, so there's a lot of layers to that also, just politically and socially. But there's opportunities to talk about that. And then, absolutely, supporting business, because we need to remember, and I would absolutely advocate for welcoming anybody and everybody to be a part of a vibrant economy, because our system is based on providing cost-effective services for us, we, the people, but it's taxes that provide that. So that means economic activity and value of property that are the pieces of it. So advocating for businesses that are supported, but government shouldn't buy business. Business is the one that creates value and profit that pays taxes. So we need to remember that concept. But helping and build out the business infrastructure here in Central Oregon, one-time dollars.
Well, because winners and losers have happened in this pandemic. The big boxes kept going, were open the whole time, and then we have a lot of small businesses. Hearing from our chambers all over the county, they've all been impacted. People are so, it's been a yo-yo. We were closed last Friday. No, this Friday we're not going to be, it's been ungodly, the things that people have done, the money that they've burned through in order to stay in business and follow the rules. So I feel like hearing from our chambers is going to be, important for us to do that. And you have to think, what projects do we need? And one of the things that I think really, it's a bit, not quite what these dollars are going to be able to do, but somehow, instead of spending $114 million on a high school in Bend, I think they should worry about spending more money on a longer school year for those kids. Oregon, a lot of people don't seem to know this, has the shortest school year in the nation. When our kids graduate after K through 12, and this was before COVID, they have been in the classroom 1 year less. Seriously, I am hoping that more people understand our kids need to be in school, and I would hope that would be one of the things that will come out of COVID as a positive unintended consequence, like kids need to be in school. So let's hope that could possibly happen.
To return to the idea of how do we help businesses, I definitely agree. It would be great to talk with our chambers to try to understand how investments could help, because there are it's been a super roller coaster for so many businesses, and I don't personally know what those businesses need to kind of basically sort of make up to them what, revenue losses they've had, but also, again, just put them in the best position to be able to come out of COVID strong enough to succeed. And so that would be really helpful to hear, to do some business roundtables on. And there are the types of businesses that we talked about this morning, restaurants and athletic facilities. Those are very clear. They've been impacted. I also kind of along the same lines, I wanted to mention, that some of these are not necessarily run by for-profit businesses, but events. Events are sometimes run by for-profit businesses. Sometimes they're run by nonprofit organizations. And events, there have been so many events that have just been completely shut down this year. The Sisters Rodeo. What can we do to ensure that these really important cultural events for our community are able to come back stronger and be there next year? We don't want to lose any of these precious events that make our lives richer here. And also, kind of along the same lines, I wanted to mention artists and performers. The venues that have been shut down by COVID because they're places where large groups of people gather and and are in close proximity to each other. There are some. I heard early on in the pandemic from just a lot of local musicians who haven't been able to share their passion, their art with people, and the community has been that much the poorer. So it would be really neat, in that particular case, to figure out if there's some way we can do kind of, create additional opportunities for performing artists to, provide their arts to the community, and get paid for it. Which will make all of our lives richer, as well as help these business people make it through the pandemic. So there's a couple of business assistance type thoughts.
It's interesting though. Today I texted somebody today at lunch, and they just got back to me. They've lost like $500,000, and I know other businesses that have lost $500,000. They've gone through all their life savings. They're now at an age, but in order to pay their rent, keep going, So when you think about that, and you think, oh my gosh, I already know a couple people that have already lost $500,000, $19 million that we're going to get next May 11th, really is like, it's still a drop. Isn't that amazing? And yet it's $38 million seems like, oh my gosh. So we have to be so careful about where we're spending it, because the losses have really been significant in part of our community. And then there's the other part that's really, done quite well. The Home Depots have been very busy. People are still buying a lot of groceries. Those kind of businesses have seemed to go through, and yet, we have the community that hasn't. And always, thank you for mentioning artists, because I do really appreciate people that use that side of their brain. And I have how many Sisters Rodeo posters in my office? It's like, oh my gosh, to think that they canceled again this year. It's devastating for the community. It's part of the culture. It's family tradition. It's family reunion time. And we're not having it again this year. So really, it's too bad. But, the losses out there could be so significant. I know that Sisters, Redmond, La Pine, Sun River, they're all looking at their community and kind of assessing what the need is. And then I met with Ben Chamber, someone from Ben Chamber last week too. And what do they have, like 1,200 members or something? Really significant. Yes, there's been clearly winners and losers the last 14 months.
So let's have a benefit concert to benefit starving artists. Who are we
going to bring in for the concert?
Yeah,
somebody really good that I have not seen.
Somebody local.
local.
So one of the concepts is, I remember ITR Economics at an EDCO lunch years ago talked about the economy is bigger than government, and that's a reference point for me that really reminds me that, the government and politics are, the front of mind, and they've been there for years and years now, but the economy really is bigger than government, and that's why, we have these conflicts or the push and pull of lobbying efforts and all the different things that go on. But, we got to trust in our economy is my thought there. Also, very structurally, that we do have a list of about 9 projects at Deschutes County proper that we've been basically sharing with our legislators. So just to have those out there, making sure we understand what's going on. We talk about the courthouse expansion and North County campus improvements and just some of the structural things that we can do at Deschutes County. Those are capital items, one time, that truly fit into kind of the reduced operating expenses if done the way we need to do it, or grow into them, because we do have population growth and growth in Central Oregon. So those would be knocking off future capital needs. So just having them on the list, just making sure we always relative to that too.
And I think there's a particular argument or play for the North County health facilities. These funds are coming to us because we had a health crisis, and we know that we've also deferred so many health needs, taking care of health needs in our community. I was reading an article the other day about how there are so many people who were afraid to go in to go see a doctor that, like, cancer rates, like we're catching cancer much later than we should be in lots of people. So there are a lot of deferred health needs out there, and that North County Health Facility is going to be very helpful for us for a foundation to address those needs. In addition to that, if there's technology, if there's vehicles that our health services department needs, I wouldn't propose, any kind of additional positions that are long-term type positions, because, then that's just setting us up for having to figure out how to pay for them later on. But there are these things: facilities, technology, vehicles. That these are things these are one-time things that we could do to better set our health services department up for success in the future. Or to help other healthcare providers in our community, some of the entities that are supportive of our more vulnerable populations. That might be another way to look at that. All that said, I do wonder if there are kind of surge needs over at Health Services, finishing the pandemic strong, first off, but also if there are particular healthcare needs in our community that we have deferred the last year and a bit, and it might be helpful to have 16-month contractors or something like that. If we have those kinds of needs and we need human resources to address them, then I also think that those are appropriate things to look for.
This is probably not the appropriate time to talk about it, but I just had talked to Chris Doty about our road department and the fleet, and he was saying to me that, well, health department has their own fleet, because the other day I was really concerned. We were getting $330,000 for Measure 110 funding, and we were going to spend $50,000 on a car, and I happen to know that our vehicle that we use has probably been sitting there, hasn't it? It's a big vehicle, and it sounded like it, to me, it's like, hey, why aren't you guys using that vehicle? It's just been sitting there. We're not really going anywhere at this moment in time. I really think that our fleet needs to be looked at, the whole thing together. I thought it was set up on a schedule, and I didn't realize that it was still being compartmentalized, and I don't think that at this moment in time we have to really use our assets wisely. And why would we spend a bunch of money on a car or a van when we have a whole bunch of them sitting in that parking lot over there? So I spend this really wisely. It's just think our grandkids are going to get to pay for this. The funding coming out of the federal government, yeah, it's, you know, it's not free. Money is never free, so it's got to be spent really wisely. And I would love to see our fleet program, Craig, reassessed.
So a couple of the notes I put down here, just keeping the entrepreneurial spirit, because this is a time of transition also. So this isn't even a project, but it's the concept that, I mean, this is a time of transition. There's a moment in time for the world and the United States of America, and, you know, having these dollars come through, hopefully, as I say, we won't do this too often, but this is the opportunity to make some choices. But keeping that entrepreneurial spirit, making sure that people know that, and we've heard about that, restaurants that are going out of business, there's people right behind them saying, I want to try my hand in the restaurant business. So we've heard that there's still motivation out there to start the next, you know, enterprise, whatever's going on. And acknowledging this is a time of transition, people working from home. So just thoughts I put on the paper here. And then also inflation, you know, I think this is a time of inflation. You know, the experts will tell us exactly what's happening with inflation, but knowing that the value of things the cost of things are going up and the value of a dollar may be going down, and I don't know that we're going to go back to what it was even a year ago. So just acknowledging some of those also.
That was a comment I got from the community the other day, and I hadn't really thought of it, but they said they felt like people were just watching for them to fail so they could come in and buy their spot.
Well,
Yeah,
yeah.
they're just.
That's
she
two
goes,
sides of the, same
Right, that's the
conversation.
other side of it. You know, somebody that's been in business in Bend forever, they have incredibly historical, and they do a lot of charity in the community, and yet that was the feeling that they were getting. And, you know, you can believe it. So, you know, with our boom and bust, I mean, things right now in Deschutes are going for hundreds of thousands of dollars more than the asking price. And remember what happens. I have friends who just sold in Eagle Crest. They barely got what they paid for their house in 2006. So, you know, you think it's never going to happen again, but trust me, it does. And, you know, we're really at the top right now, and I just think people need to, like, step back and be very careful.
Yeah, I mean, business is an inherently risky proposition, and I mean, you know, hopefully no one, you know, no one in our community goes out to start a business without thinking about the possibility that they're not going to gain traction, and you know, people aren't going to want to buy their services or goods. But you know, some of the, you know, I do think we will see business failures during this pandemic, and some of those business failures are businesses that, but for the pandemic, were completely viable businesses that were, you know, doing just fine, and you know, had established their customer bases, and it's you know, I don't know how we sort out. You know who's the business that deserves a little bit of assistance so that they can just make it to the next time where they're able to be successful or not, and you know who was not going to make it anyway. Like I don't have the qualifications to sort that out, but. But I feel like we definitely need to account for the businesses that would have done, would have made it, would have been okay, would have been viable businesses, but for this really unique disaster that has affected us.
So I don't want to.
How about that? Yeah.
This is great. And just in the interest of time, I've made all these notes, and I'm going to collect all of these, and I think everybody will have like 5 more ideas as soon as we're done here. So if you'd like, feel free to just email those to me, just as broad category ideas, and I think we'll start to put some framework around this. I think this is a good time to do this, start sculpting it and make it look a little bit more like we want to moving forward. On to the second question.
So one moment. So Tom, any thoughts off the top of your head from, kind of that, county needs or the big picture?
Yeah, well, actually, I like what Greg just said. I just listening to all your ideas. It's a great discussion. I think I'm more sort of analytical with this. I was envisioning something that where we take your ideas and fit them within the kind of the framework that Greg suggested, for example, and also I'd encourage you to think in terms of 19 million now and 19 million a year from now, because it'll be a while before we get the second tranche. But as a starting point, this framework could be, capital projects 40%, which is 7 point something million dollars. Right? And then I'd say like business community assistance 40%, and you can maybe divide that evenly as a starting point, and then underneath those things we have a series of bullets that are essentially the ideas that you've come up with and other things that we can add to that. I like Commissioner Chang's idea about a business roundtable and outreach through chambers where we could just brainstorm and have like a framework. Same thing with somebody like Neighbor Impact on the community assistance side, where we have ideas like continuation of the mortgage assistance or rent assistance, child care options, those sorts of things, and begin to assign percentages and dollars to these broad categories. And then COVID response would be another one where I just threw out 10% on my little jottings here, which is almost $2 million. Over the next year for those sorts of things. And then a reserve, I would encourage you to think in terms of a reserve either for things that come up, that you haven't thought of, or where you want to plug a hole or something later. And as a beginning point to kind of apply some structure, and then there's a lot of blank bullet points under those broad categories that if you have soon, as you hear things, as you think of things, we can bring back something like that to begin to think in terms of how this could go. And I don't want to jump ahead. I know one of Greg's other questions is in terms of community, rather than us trying to define it for everyone, what makes the most sense to think about some kinds of community solicitation, either on the business side or on the nonprofit side, where you seek out proposals from them to do it for projects that, rather than us telling them this is what's going to benefit you the most, they tell us what is going to benefit them the most, whether it's some kind of a compensation program or a brick and mortar program or that sort of thing. So just kind of my 2 cents on all this.
Thank you. Please.
Okay. Thanks, Tom. That's good. So the next question is, how should these expenditure options be once we get there? We're a ways away from that, I think, but once we get there, how should these be presented to the board? Should a committee be created? And a committee could be as narrow as county staff, or it could be much broader in the community, to review these options within the board priorities and make recommendations to the board. Just a little side note, should the county facilitate the direct, and also should the county facilitate the direct distribution of funds through our local, through ourselves, or maybe through our local government partners, like we are doing with COIC from this morning's conversation, or we do it similar to how we did it with CARES funds or something like that. So that's another consideration.
Yeah. To answer question 2, this idea of having some work groups to advise us, I think I really like. I kind of feel like, as Tom was talking about, well, you might have a capital, title and like a business assistance title. I guess part of the reason I was using categories like affordable housing and childcare was actually because in my mind we would want some pretty specific work groups to address those kinds of topics and opportunities for us. We could, somebody who knows how to build commercial buildings is going to be really helpful for talking to us about the North County, Health Services building, but may or may not be, may or may not have useful insights on, how do you build affordable or transitional housing. So, so I guess I would picture us creating some key theme categories, and then for a number of those a number of those themes, we might want some kind of a work group, advising us on how we make those investments. I mean, the idea of business assistance, there may be some I'm a splitter, not a lumper. So I'm just thinking there might be, some subgroups even within that advisory process to help us think about, how best to help certain kinds of businesses.
Well, we're going to be talking about it multiple times, I'm sure. So, expenditure options presented at the BOCC, that's fine, so then it is a function of, what kind of committee work or group do we have presenting, or what's the feedback loop in the brain space for this effort. A committee, there could be a lot of work in setting up a committee. I guess that's where I'm at. How much effort are we going to put into this to even put a committee together? Because it could get very interesting about who's on the committee and why, and who's advocating for what. That's just where I'm at right now.
So in some ways, it might be easier to have a bunch of subcommittees, like small committees, because then it could just be, we're going to get like 3 people to get together to talk with us about childcare or something like that, as opposed to let's put a 30-person overarching committee together to advise us on all of these investments.
But so then it becomes kind of a push and pull about who, the people that really like the idea of thinking through the government's money and how we're going to spend it are maybe the ones that want to be in a committee, and the other folks that just want to run the child care or run their business are the ones that aren't going to get on the committee possibly. So that's where I'm thinking. How do we get just active players that are looking out for the best interest of everybody? Not that, I'm just thinking it could get interesting. I just got to leave it there. I don't want to.
Yeah. No,
The people that I really believe should be part of one committee would be the chambers, because I've talked to them like maybe 4 weeks ago saying, okay, you need to assess your community. What is it going to take? Who has been really highly impacted and damaged from this COVID for the last 14 months? So, we've got some very brilliant, good chamber heads in our county, and bringing them together, I think, would be really important. They clearly have a pulse on their members and other people in the community. So
they're definitely close to the ground, for sure.
yeah, they know what's happening, and you see it. They feel it every day. They feel it with like less dues being paid. They know who's really struggling, and we hear from people really fast when things get shut down, like what is going on. We can't take this back and forth. It's been a lot of change.
And I'm just thinking out loud here, but chambers have boards also. So there may be kind of a sounding board being the boards of the chambers of commerce, because there's those are active people in the community. Everybody's a member of the community one way or another. Chambers are businesses, obviously, so there's the domain there. But instead of just the director, there's ways to even expand the feedback loop through the chambers, and maybe just down one of the paths here, not other.
Yeah. No, I mean, for business assistance advising, I absolutely think the chambers are some of the key people to talk to. I just think that in some of the other arenas, we're going to need expert advice, and without forming some kind of a subcommittee or a committee, like we're shooting in the dark.
Well, and I think we're showing support for some committee feedback here. So how do we define that? It'll be an effort also.
Commissioners, we had last year something we called the Economic Task Force that met every week from early on in the pandemic through about December, once the CARES Act money, and that was each of the city managers in our county plus each of the chamber heads. And we discussed sort of, where businesses are hurting, where local government can assist. So there were some emails being exchanged last week, and it was suggested that that be resurrected in the context of ARPA. So what you're talking about is, certainly doable and did exist in a slightly different form prior to this year. So that's easily, could be easily resurrected.
Great. Well, sounds like there's general support for committees of some sort, and there's an example from the past and ideas out on the table. So
I did just see something today, and I couldn't quite pull it up to quote it, but it was something like, oh yes, we're going to form a committee, and then they're going to make a plan, but then we're going to have another committee. And it was like a circle around a government, and that's not what I think we want to do here. We don't want to spend the money frugally or unwisely, but we definitely don't want to take a year determining what we're going to do. This is timely. Our businesses, if you've lost $500,000, you definitely are feeling it. And, let's say they can't get $500,000 back, but, even $50,000, it could be significant for somebody who is, borrowed and gone through a lot of funding to still be open in today's world.
Well, and that's one of those areas where the money coming in 2 tranches is actually helpful. I mean, the tranche that arrives in 5 days, something like that, we can be using that for the immediate business assistance needs that we identify, and we can be looking at the money that's going to arrive in a year for, even take something like childcare. I mean, we could. There are probably childcare businesses that were just hammered by the pandemic, hammered by the capacity constraints, who need help right now to be able to come through and be able to make it as a business and still be able to provide services when 3 months from now. But at the same time, there's opportunities. You talk to entities like an OSU Cascades, or even like a St. Charles and all them, the clinics and other entities out in the kind of medical part of town over there, and there are entities who say, yeah, we've got some land, we're interested in building a child care, but there's some pretty big capital costs associated with that have been a barrier for us so far. So I mean, those are the longer, some of the longer term things that we might need to be thinking about. And I do think, it's important to have some expertise and some advice around that. And the other day when I was asking Christy Bollinger about what are some of the, unique or particular building needs, at Munchkin Manor, do you need sprinklers? Do you need lots of exits? Do you need, it's because I'm not a child care facilities expert, so we want to be able to be responsive to emergency needs in the near term, and then I do think it's important to be strategic about some of the big slightly longer term opportunities, but things that are transformative.
We actually did childcare last year. Wasn't it last year that we implemented it in the county to make it much easier for people to put in a child care facility? That was something that was on our radar before all this happened. So.
Yeah, we changed the land use.
Right.
But I'm talking about, we're talking about using money right now. And if we're going to use money to support child care, it should be both strategic and it should also be fair. I mean, if we're I think it's very appropriate for us to talk about putting money into capital costs for childcare, because we just don't, like any of the people who've been part of the childcare efforts in recent times will tell you, we don't have enough facilities. We don't have the the childcare ready building spaces, and so in my mind that presents a real opportunity with these one-time funds to put a dent in that.
Does anybody know what happened to Wayne's wife's child care facility in Sun River? I had asked some of the Sun River Chamber about it. I'm not sure if that is still a going concern in today's world, because that was something we had to give a special permit for. And, you know, Wayne might be a really good person to talk to because they've had firsthand experience in this. And, you know, he was our brilliant treasurer for quite a while. And so, you know, I think I would really appreciate talking to Wayne if he could give us a call and let us know how, you know, how they've come out of it, what they need. And that would be someone who went into it probably, you could say, at the wrong time, when COVID was shutting everything down and they could only have so many kids there. So no one really knows the answer.
Would be a great committee member.
Yeah, no, it would be great. It would be
Not to propose endless planning and analysis paralysis, but.
Right.
I have a note to ask Wayne if he wants to be on the child care committee.
Yep. Or his wife.
Or his wife, yeah. Okay, thank you.
Go.
Moving on to number 3. And we can drop back to 2 or 1 if we want to during the conversation. This is really good. Make sure I have enough paper because he's taking a lot of good notes. So number 3, should the county pursue partnerships with other local governments in the region to fund mutually beneficial projects? You know, should we proceed independently or should we do something more on a regional consortium?
I really like the idea of looking for opportunities with our partners, referring to the cities. You know, so if there's a city project out there that we can help complement or boost in some fashion, I'd love to hear them. And that fits right back to the roads, water, sewer, cost of housing concept. But if there's something else too, you know, that I'm not thinking of, that'd be fine. And yeah.
I would ask whether this question 3 ties to question 4, how to provide an administrative backbone to support the allocation of ARP resources. I mean, $38 million is a lot of money. And if we wanted to administer that, you know, actively administer that in-house, I don't know, you know, I would ask you, Greg, but it sure seems to me like you would maybe need whole nother person for a year or 2. So, you know, part of the question of like, how do we share carrying the program with somebody else, I think ties also to, you know, what is our appetite to you know, boost our capacity internally to be able to administer stuff. I mean, is that a reasonable way to think about it?
Exactly right. And as I'm listening to you talk, I'm drawing these pictures in my mind of the tentacles that go out and the complexities when you start dealing with other, and it's all good, but it comes at a cost of people's time, just like committee work does. But and certainly there's administrative load here that we have so far not really recognized. We've been able to move through CARES and FEMA and some of these other grant programs. Okay, but you're right. $38 million is a big chunk. I'm wondering if it's. I think some of the other local governments are kind of asking the same question, and since we are sort of the biggest, I'm kind of wondering if they're looking to us to see how we feel about moving forward. And perhaps it's just a question that we can still say, you know, maybe we're open to this and let's just see how this could come together. And maybe there's some synergistic benefits of doing some of this work together. You know, we really, just because you live inside county boundaries doesn't mean you don't enjoy the whole community or the whole region, you know, whole Tri-County area. So maybe there's some benefits to that as well.
But I support, you know, I mean, this is a big pool of dollars coming down, and we need to be very business-like, which we are. But yeah, support having the resources, and you know, it sounds like it'd be an appropriate expense to say this is the administration fee that we need to implement to show our numbers back to the federal government. So I don't see any downside into that logic.
Back to just want to wrap up number 3 real quick before we move to number 4. Is how do we feel about? How does the board feel about the? I'm looking for direction to take the next steps. Are we open to this sort of thing? Do we want to see how the cities and the other 2 counties feel about this in terms of discussing maybe some of the projects that benefit more of the region, and how do we participate in that? Or how does the board feel?
I mean, my answer is just a straight yes on that. Let's proceed. I'd love to be able to amplify somebody else's efforts on something big that's going to be beneficial for, for people in the area.
If everybody's okay with that, I'll just proceed down that path and see where this goes. And then we can report back to you.
I mean, earlier when we were talking about the 1.33 million, Commissioner Adair, expressed his desire for, people should know that this money is coming, through the county, and has a county stamp on it. I mean, when we're talking about these 38 million, and we're also talking about them these dollars being much more open for creative and strategic thinking. It is important to me that the county have its stamp on these funds, and as much as I'm excited about getting committees to advise us on some of these things, I also think that it's setting the categories and setting the goals. I would like that to very much kind of stay close to the county. So I would hate to. There's so many benefits to kind of working with other entities, but I would hate to surrender too much of the kind of visioning of how this works to some kind of large collective entity without us being very clear about what our categories are, and what kind of priorities we have within that.
Yeah, that's a good point. I made a good note there. I almost look at it as we all have these separate circles that are our priorities and our goals, and perhaps we can look at, we don't want to give those up, as you were saying, but perhaps where they cross and we have this intersection, like a Venn diagram, where can we maximize perhaps those opportunities where they benefit everybody?
I know I talked to Mayor Endicott about how much funding he was getting last week, and it wasn't that much. What is Redmond, 30,000, their population? But I do feel like, if we can help someone, that's okay. But I think it's like on a project by project basis. Don't want to waste any of this money, and yet if they're looking at something, I was just thinking, like the Terrebonne system, the sewer system that we've done all this analysis on. It's the third time. There's no one there that really is picking it up, but is this something that, we could help with? Because they clearly have a water issue in Terrebonne, and, is this the time that, we as a county have to help pick that up and take that program forward? We've done a study. I think it's probably available now. I know Redmond is doing something with their sewer system that, it may work together. So, I never like to say no, but I think everything should be very clearly looked at. And I'm not sure how much Bend is getting. Does anyone know off the top of their head?
I want to say 12 million, but.
Okay. So they're getting 6 and 6, you think?
I'm not aware of.
I'm not.
It's
I don't know why that number is jumping to mind, but
Well, I just know, talking to Ann, who's the chamber director in La Pine, and she was just like, when I talked to her about this, and she was, Patty, the people in my community are so exhausted from all this. People are truly exhausted. They just need to get, to be able to to go forward with our lives. So would like to get people outside and, looking forward.
So thank you for that feedback, and I would imagine that the other governing bodies in the region, I would say, would probably feel the same way, would have the same comments. Maybe perhaps where we can do things together, but we don't want to lose the things that are important to us. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, and I mean, it may be a matter of, it may be the difference between kind of goal setting and implementing. COIC has been, in the case of these business grants, COIC has been a really helpful partner, both in helping us vision how to set it up and then implementing it. But there may be some goals that we're talking about here that we figure out internally first, and then, you know, regional partnerships to implement that, to roll the program out are very welcome.
Yeah, you know, and the water cooler effect of that innovative conversation that occurs by sharing ideas. You put two ideas together and it's not 1 + 1 = 2, it ends up being 1 + 1 = 3. You never know where that conversation would end up going, so.
Yeah.
And then Greg, the other day, you had said you wanted to use, I believe, OHA to do the FEMA building because they would do a better job. Well, then with our presentation this morning, Tim Shimke clearly said that his numbers from the state were from 2019, so far behind. And so I'm just hoping that you are going to stay right on top of the state and not let them waste time. I know that their fire building a couple years ago was like from 2014, 15, they had not billed for fire protection through the forestry department. And so it made me nervous when you said they're going to do a better job, because I wouldn't trust them, and I would really stay on top of them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'll address that real quick. So our access, we have two ways to get FEMA money. We either can go directly as a project to FEMA, or we can go as a contractor through the state to FEMA. And we were originally pursuing the first idea, which was going directly to FEMA. There's a fair amount of administrative work that's going to need to be done either way that we'd have to incur, but there's also a fair amount of work that we won't have to do by taking advantage of the shared service that the state would be providing to everybody. Additionally, going through the state as a contractor to FEMA, it allows us to claim some expenses that we wouldn't have access to, primarily straight time. So if we're a contractor with FEMA, we can't reimburse our straight time. Through OHA to FEMA, we can. And that's going to be a sizable amount of money. Sizable. So the thinking there is the state being the expert, repetitive, doing this over and over again, will have clear direction for us. I mean, it's not all going to be crystal clear, but they'll do a lot of the learning for us so that we don't have to spend the time, and then we can sort of draft behind them. But our eyes are wide open on this. We've done a bunch of research already, so we have a pretty good idea of where we're going anyway.
Well, those were just a couple where I knew that they really fell down. In fact, Senator Johnson had said, oh my gosh, you are going to lose all the billing for that forest, the firework, you know, because it had gone for years that they hadn't caught up. And it was, you know, significant revenue. Yeah. So just, that just makes me nervous.
Traditional FEMA reimbursements take years to get.
Yeah, I know.
So this one is different, as I mentioned this morning. It's, you know, they're actually funding not 75%. 2 or 3 years later, it's 100% in advance.
Yeah, the fact that they're sending us the money in advance, if later on our numbers don't perfectly match the amount of money that they've sent us, then that could take a couple of years if necessary. But what's really important is that they sent us the money up front, which is it is unique for the federal government.
Yeah, money sooner is always better than money later. Okay, so number 4, Commissioner Chang, you kind of introduced this one already. I think I've already mentioned we'll create a new fund in the FY22 budget. It's fund number 200. You'll see that during Budget Committee Week. And so far, through all of these funding mechanisms that have come our way, CARES primarily, we spent the better part of 6 months reviewing the CARES allocation and going through that process, which was fairly time-consuming. Different funding sources, including the vaccination center and FEMA and some of the other grants coming through the health department. We've actually done that under reduced staffing. We've had a vacancy that we haven't been able to fill, and so we've been picking up pieces here and there using some contract labor and just a lot of moving the toothpaste around the tube to get the thing done. So one of the questions that I reached out to my finance counterparts around the state and the counties is, what are you doing? How are you addressing this? And we're asking these same questions about eligibility. All of these same questions we're talking about, we're asking these questions right now. And what I'm presenting to you is the best that we all know right now, which is really not a lot more than what's published, and we're all waiting for the Treasury guidance to come out. But one of the questions was, what are you doing to staff to take care of this on the administrative side? And I have Jackson County got back to me and said they've actually had one FTE that was originally dedicated to CARES and then was transitioned to FEMA for their vaccination center, and then is going to move on to ARP. So that's one of the requests that I'll have, is the addition of some staff help to be able to walk through this for the next 3.5 years. And I'd appreciate board support on that. We don't have the staffing capacity right now to do this. So.
Understood.
Yeah, I would be 100% supportive of that. And to speak to Commissioner Adair's concerns, the best way for us to keep on the federal government and make sure we get the money that we're owed is to have the numbers always up to date and ready to send over and follow up on.
And then number 5 is just, it's kind of a potpourri question. Are there any procedural items that you noticed during any learnings from the last couple of processes we've gone through? The CARES Act, distribution, anything that you think that you'd like to see differently as we move forward with ARP?
We were able to kind of review the spreadsheets, be pretty well informed as the process was happening, felt good knowing that we were getting dollars out there. And then there wasn't a lot of feedback, I guess. That's the only thing. But no news is good news, I guess. There weren't complaints either. So I'm just thinking that's the big picture of what I saw in the last year.
No, actually, per the businesses that I talked to, they said that last application was the best by far. It was very clean, clear, easy to do, and yet it got the right numbers, for their application. So, just keeping things as simple as possible and yet truthful. They have to sign it. They have to sign a 1099 or a W-9, excuse me. So they can get a 1099 if that's what they have. Will they have to get a 1099 for this funding when we pass it through?
Yes.
They will. Okay, so it'll be taxable.
Yep.
Okay.
So far.
Okay, well, wouldn't that be interesting?
I'm gonna say I think it will be, but it's possible that it won't be.
I know, because there was some confusion on our call the other day. People were wondering if they had to be 1099'd or not, so.
My fellow commissioners are the best people to ask about how CARES Act went. But I would just definitely, I want us all to be thinking about how this is bigger, a larger amount of money, broader, kind of potentially more things eligible, and because there's more money, potentially more different things that we could do, and hopefully we have the option to really think about, to focus a lot on recovery instead of, crisis response in this case. So it's different. And so I hope that as we look at this, we can think about, okay, how is it different? And then what do we need to do differently in response to that? I mean, just having 3.5 years to spend dollars instead of, at the beginning of CARES, we were told 1 year, that, opens up all sorts of other possibilities to, again, do, strategic transformational things. So.
Yeah, I think this certainly gives us a little bit more time to consider our options and make maybe better, it's good for long-term decision-making, definitely, versus, the 9 months we had with CARES, it was frantic. We were doing the best we could with what we knew to get the dollars out there. But, the distance, the amount of time to invest in sound projects, improvements, is going to be a benefit, definitely.
Remember, we were watching it on a weekly basis, checking out what is our ending balance, what is it that is back into our funding so that we can actually get it to the community. Yeah, it was definitely a weekly situation.
Yep, and I still owe you a response to all of that. I have some contract help in. We've received the last tranche, which I think I told you all about, but now we have to make sure we get that allocated out to those projects correctly, and we're working on that right now. So as soon as we get that done, I'll come back with a full report. Any other thoughts or comments on, Tom, on the conversation?
Just one more thought on kind of like how we, how we have adequate staff capacity to do everything we want to do. Like fiscal administrative capacity is key, and fiscal management is key. Like some of the stuff we were talking about earlier with these committees and sort of like planning, I'm wondering, Tom, do you have thoughts on whether it's appropriate to pull people like, county administrator, deputy county administrator, Whitney, pull other people into kind of helping us, go through a fair and like an equitable and a smart process for kind of planning this all out.
Certainly. We typically, big projects like this, we'll talk about a lot internally. So that, they're part of the conversation one way or the other. In terms of, if we were to, say, come up with a draft framework or something, or a concept, with a whole series of ideas tied to it, I think it makes a whole lot of sense to vet that with our staff, our internal staff, not only just the administrative staff, but maybe perhaps the department heads themselves, to get a sense of how this, how either they can provide input, how their operations may be impacted or impact a project, things like that. So yeah, I think the more that we, especially since we have time to do that, it does make sense. And through that, you're going to have your budget hearings coming up in a month. So you can also, pick the brains of your citizen budget committee members and sort of some ideas. They've been part of that process for many years and might have some suggestions on, where strategic investments make sense. So, yeah.
Okay. Well, this is the first time we're talking about this topic. It won't be the last.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, consideration of signature of a letter with Pacific Source. Janice Garceau. Thanks for standing by, Janice. We were deep into that one for a while.
Yeah, it was actually super interesting. I appreciated the discussion.
Great.
So, good afternoon. Janice Garceau, for the record, Deputy or Director of Behavioral Health. I have two items for you this afternoon. The first one is a request for your consideration of and signature on document number 2021-324. It is a letter of agreement with our CCO, Pacific Source, basically to the effect that they are settling with us on an amount of $250,000 related to a conversation we had about a difference in understanding of policy for reimbursement on services provided to individuals that have Pacific Source Oregon Health Plan coverage as their secondary coverage. So it's a very sort of esoteric insurance question, and we worked with our county council, their contracts division, their policy folks, reviewed several iterations of a reimbursement policy manual, and finally agreed that going forward, we're agreeing with what their new manual spells out in terms of reimbursement, but since it wasn't clear when that language actually applied, they agreed to reimburse us for what we thought our lost revenue was based on our expectation of what we would get paid. So a little complicated, but I think really indicative of our good relationship with our CCO and our ability to have difficult conversations about payment. And this is a really good faith, meaningful fiscal gesture on their part. So we're quite grateful for it.
So this was going backwards to kind of resolve discrepancy and understanding. What does it look like going forwards? Is it all kind of worked out now?
Yeah, it's worked out. Their policy manual was updated to say that they don't reimburse at a certain level when the OHP is the secondary, and we now know that, and we can project revenue accordingly.
Okay. Any other thoughts or questions?
So what did we think we were going to get paid?
Well, that's a very detailed answer because it depends on the service, it depends on the client, it depends on the type of primary coverage versus secondary coverage. There were multiple layers of background billing information to wade through, but we basically thought we should have been paid about $300,000, and we agreed to settle on this amount to end the conversation and move forward.
Okay, I'm glad you didn't say like 1.3 million or something.
Right.
I was
Actually,
expecting that, honestly.
Yeah, Commissioner, I was really grateful and thought this was really a generous settlement offer because it came fairly close to what we thought we would have been owed had the policy been interpreted in our direction.
And so, Janice, I'm not, from reading the memo, I wasn't 100% clear. So they will just now, at this point, send over these $250,000, or they'll add money to future reimbursements, or?
No, I believe they will cut us a check.
Okay.
Yeah, it says within 30 days here somewhere. Final resolution.
So I make the motion for board signature of document number 2021-324, the Pacific Source Letter of Agreement for $250,000.
I'll second.
Any other discussion? Seeing none, Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Next item is consideration of signature document with Central Oregon Health Council.
So if you recall, we came to you a week ago, I believe, with a request to apply for these funds. These are grant funds through the Central Oregon Health Council that really are the result of several years of revenue on the part of our CCO that they had made a historical commitment to distribute for into the community for health services, and behavioral health services being a portion of that. And we were able to apply for sorry, I have the budget in front of me, a total of $833,589 to cover a 3-year project that adds 2 FTE, a vehicle, and resources to the older adult team. So it, in effect, almost doubles the capacity of that team. And the intention is to both increase services to older adults, but also to increase our support and training to older adult serving agencies, and in particular care homes that often struggle when they have older adult residents who are having significant behavioral problems related either to severe mental illness or cognitive decline, or both. We often are helping A, sort that out, and B, get staff skilled up to understand how to intervene with those people effectively. So we have been granted the funds. The letter of agreement is actually due back signed today. So I do have a request to have signatures today, if approved, and receive the PDF in time to upload it in the portal because the Central Oregon Health Council is in fact under a little bit of a time constraint in terms of getting these dollars appropriated and encumbered before their deadline, which is May 15th.
Very good.
Are we ready for a motion? Okay. I move that the board accept the grant funds and delegate signature to Kara or to you, Janice.
Okay, so we can then sign the letter of agreement?
That's what the recommended action on the memo says, to delegate signature to Kara Cronin. Should we do that, or should we delegate it to you, or?
It is absolutely fine if you delegate it to Kara Cronin. I'm just noticing in my documents here, it's already formatted for your 3 signatures and then the health plan's signature.
Okay.
So I'm not sure the logistics of that, but.
So maybe the motion should actually be just for us to approve it. Does that sound okay on your end? And we'll be prompt about getting you signatures.
Pass it back and forth in a few moments, if it passes.
How does that sound?
That sounds fabulous. I
Okay.
think to have listener signatures on it is ideal, and if I can get them today, that's excellent.
Yep.
Okay, so I'll move to approve board signature to accept grant funds for this letter of agreement awarded to Deschutes County Health Services through the Central Oregon Health Council online portal.
I'll second it.
Any other discussion?
So Janice, why did we get this so late if it's due today?
Well, we got it on the board agenda to ask permission to apply as soon as we were aware that we could apply. So the timelines were just very, very short. And then we had to apply and receive the materials to get before you, which came to us, I don't know the exact date, but it was probably sometime last week. So we've just been working very, very quickly. The application wasn't even in until, I have to look at my calendar. I'm sorry, Commissioner.
Well, no, it's almost $1 million, 800 and whatever.
That's one of the fastest grant decision turnarounds I've ever.
It was incredibly fast, and the application had to be written very quickly. And I think the deadline for turning it in was, I'm sorry, I think it was the 20.
It says the 28th on here is the date of this application.
Yeah, but I think we had to turn it in before then. I think it was the end of the week of the 19th, I believe, or on the 19th of April.
Commissioners, if I could note, Amy just shot me an email that says actually this particular document needs to be signed electronically. And apparently, Cara is the one who's set up in the COHC system to sign it electronically. So if your motion would be to authorize her to provide electronic signature.
Okay, so it is what the recommended.
Sign the document,
Okay.
and she'll be able to
So
authorize it electronically.
should I remake the motion?
Yeah.
Okay, so I move that the board accept grant funds and delegate signature to Kara Cronin, Program Manager, for this letter of agreement awarded to Deschutes County Health Services through Central Oregon Health Council's online portal.
I'll second the motion.
And I'll acknowledge that the Board of Commissioners will sign the document still. It'll just be authorized through the portal by Kara Cronin, it looks like. And did you finish your question there, Commissioner?
Well, yes.
For what it's worth, I had some communication after that, and we could upload the PDF of the signed document. So both of these are good.
Both can work.
I think we're covered in both directions.
Okay.
So.
Okay.
So calling for the vote. Commissioner Chang?
Yes.
Commissioner Adair?
Yes.
And chair votes yes. There we go.
Double sign.
Yep.
Get double the money.
Do it twice.
Thank you so much, Commissioners. Have a
Okay,
good
thank
day.
you. Item number 15, Harper Bridge update and operational plan. This is a career project for our road director.
Keeps him very busy, doesn't it?
Yes. So Chris, yeah, we just introduced the item and welcome.
Awesome, thank you. I appreciate you letting me know that. We get blotted out.
I know, yeah,
The introduction of
moment.
it, and then appear magically. So,
Yes.
good afternoon, board. It's nice to see you all. It's been a while since I've had an item before the board. Cody, you've probably seen too much of Cody, and I apologize for that. But
We appreciate the yeoman's work you've been doing at the Mass Vax Clinic, so.
awesome. Well, thank you, and I appreciate that it'll be over here pretty soon. So, looking forward to that. Board, let's see, today we're bringing to you, further discussion on Harper's Bridge. At the conclusion of the 2020 floating season, the board asked staff to develop options to address some of the safety issues that had been observed during the 2020 season, and then also do some outreach with stakeholders, namely, adjacent property owners that exist, in the vicinity of Harper Bridge. And so today we're going to bring that presentation, that summary back, and I'm going to go ahead and share my screen if I can here. And let's see, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me pull up the main slide here. So I believe everyone has seen this presentation, but perhaps not Commissioner Chang. And so I'm going to go ahead and just kind of run through these slides and get to the end where we're talking about options. And in doing so, my apologies to Commissioner DeBonne, especially. I think you've seen this presentation 5 times. Commissioner Adair, you're probably not that far behind. So, but with that, what we hope to kind of have today in the nature of this discussion is to kind of format our operational strategy for this upcoming year, this floating season, summer season that we're about to enter. We want to talk about the bridge jumping ordinance that did sunset last fall and bring that back to you at a future meeting. We're going to just kind of have that little heads up conversation. And don't let me forget, I want to talk about parking restrictions and Deschutes River recreational home sites. This was an item that came up during our outreach. So real quick, a little history of Harper. Spring River Road was dedicated as John Peters Road in 1908 when we were part of Crook County. It's been that local and tourist river amenity for many decades. And this picture from the book Camp Abbott kind of demonstrates a certain type of river access that was taking place during the Camp Abbott days near that location. In 1993, Crosswater was developed, and as a condition of approval, they were required to accommodate the existing and historic boat launch located on their property in that southeast corner. And gradually, public safety issues have developed over time at that location as the popularity has grown in use and access at that location. And recently, there's been a huge rise in the growth of floating the river as an activity, not just here, but in our county, anywhere there's water, people want to get on it. Go to Costco and you can buy all sorts of watercraft and whatnot. And so with that rise in activities become an exacerbation of that use and the issues. And this picture kind of, I don't rely on Google Earth to tell me the story all the time, but I think they got it right here. In July of 2014, you can see very few cars parked. It wasn't much of an amenity or issue at that point for us. 4 years later, you can see there's 80 cars, 80 to 100 in this picture, around the same time of year. And that's the issue that we sought to correct and add safety to with all the discussions we've had. In 2018, the county did a study, looked at alternatives. One was a launch facility on Sun River Owners Association property in the north side of Spring River Road, east of the bridge. And there was a grant that had been pursued at one point to perhaps provide that amenity. It fell through. We looked at separate parking lots on the SROA and Crosswater properties north and south of Spring River, and a schematic is kind of identified in that picture below. We looked at land west of Harper Bridge in the DRRH area, and then north of that as well in the wetland area. We explored additional partnerships with the Forest Service, specifically an expansion of Besson as a launch site. We threw on the table a consideration of closure outright, based on issues observed at the bridge, closing off river access. And then finally landed on really the only option we had to where we had full control over something, and that was installing parking improvements in the right-of-way of Spring River. And so just to recap, those improvements included installing 50 spaces, so not accommodating maybe as much use as had been occurring there historically up to that point, where we were getting upwards of 100 users on some weekends, but just providing 50 spaces. providing loading zones at the bridge to accommodate people dropping off and picking up and kind of the congestion that they were causing and creating at that time. My favorite thing, I think a lot of people enjoy the painted bike lanes that we provided through that area. As we were providing a lot of that widened asphalt, we needed a way to really differentiate what was what. And painting the bike lane, which is a kind of a new trend in the industry, provided that deal, and also provided some friction. Drivers driving by can kind of feel the presence of that lane right there and hopefully not drive as fast. We went ahead and actually buffered the bike lane itself so the car doors didn't fly out into the bike lane and cause someone grief. We went ahead and prohibited parking on Spring River Road outside of these improved spaces to really eliminate the problem that had been occurring there before. We installed a 35 mile per hour seasonal speed limit through this area. Typically it's 45, but we were able to drop it on a seasonal basis to 35. We removed rumble strips that were there previously that were kind of a cause of some adjacent property owner concern that we felt with added safety measures associated with these new improvements, the prior safety measure of the rumble strip could go away. All these improvements, again, were contained within the existing right-of-way, and we basically maximized everything we had there from the Sun River Owners Association side to the Crosswater side. And also provided informational kiosks to kind of let people know where they're at on the river and maybe other options for them to gain access to the river. Through 2020, and let me back up a little bit. In 2019, these improvements were fairly well received. We didn't we had a lot of good feedback. I think people felt safer than they had in the years prior. And 2019 was a pretty reasonable year out there. We did not have the issues and the complaints that we'd had in prior years. However, 2020 was different. I think we're all familiar with the fact that a lot of things didn't happen last year, but one thing that did was river access as an amenity. People, flocked to this location, flocked to the river. It was one of the few things that remained open. And in doing so, there are two primary issues that emerged. Pedestrians crossing Spring River Road. This was something that just occurred at a higher frequency than prior years because of the amount of use there. And then the proximity of pedestrians, of course, moving adjacent to traffic, going east-west down the road. There are secondary issues as well, brought forward by some of the stakeholders: trespassing, littering, bridge jumping, a lot of kids jumping off the bridge, illegal parking, so not respecting the restrictions or overcrowding the spaces that were provided. U-turns were occurring more frequently at the bridge, and then parking on Lunar Drive. Again, that's in the DRRH neighborhood, and as parking options were eliminated up and down Spring River, folks were kind of parking in that neighborhood west of the bridge and causing safety and livability issues there as well. So kind of towards the tail end of last year, we jumped out and we did some modifications on the fly. And first of all was a speed reduction to 25 miles per hour, down from 35 within that corridor area. Second thing was a bridge jumping ordinance, and then the signage that accompanied that to really make it crystal clear that bridge jumping was not an allowed activity. We worked with law enforcement, the sheriff's office, to provide heightened enforcement of illegal parking, and then speed as well. So it's really trying to keep speeds down and keep the illegal parking from occurring. And they did a pretty good job, as evidenced by the phone calls I got from people who got tickets. And then prior to the year, we actually added restrooms and trash cans to deal with some of the issues that were raised in prior years.
Chris, I wanted to point out that I actually met someone who works in Bend who had lost her oldest son. He jumped into the Santiam River. And, because she was asking me what I thought about being a commissioner. And so I just told her the story about Harbor Bridge. And she goes, she had actually lost her son. And when you meet somebody that's had that terrible experience, and I remember last year, were the kids standing next to their parents jumping in? I mean, oh my gosh. So, yeah, if there was ever a public service announcement, that woman from the bottom of her heart could give it.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner, for bringing that up. And while we're talking about that unfortunate thing, we do want to highlight the fact that when we do bring you a bridge ordinance here in a few weeks. We want to include all the county bridges in that, and not just Harper, just for the reason you cited right there. It's unsafe at any level on any bridge, and so we want to make that clear. At the conclusion of 2020, again, we did develop options to address a lot of these issues that have come forward, the refined issues, and then we shopped these options, took them on the roadshow to the various stakeholders. The first option was to eliminate parking on one side of Spring River, and that would address certainly that crossing issue where people can sometimes cross haphazardly. They're excited to go to the river. They've got their big floaties with them. Sometimes those obscure their own vision. And, by eliminating parking on one side of Spring River, that would absolutely reduce that occurrence from happening. Option B would be to construct paved pathways separated from the roadways. So we would install kind of widened 10-foot wide paved paths on each side of the road that would take folks east and west down to the river. And in doing so, especially on the north side, channelize pedestrians to a single crossing location. Whereas today, people tend to cross when they see the gap anywhere along the way. If you separate the path, you could hopefully channelize that to a single location. If you can channelize it, you can provide a crossing amenity, kind of like the one shown in this slide, a rapid flash beacon that would flash when people cross the road.
Chris, can I ask, do we still have sufficient right-of-way space to do that, or would that require permissions or easements from other landowners?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the road itself is already expanded as far out as the right-of-way is. This would require probably a 30-foot easement on each side of the road to make that happen. Let's see. Option C, construction of parking lots and common areas of Crosswater and or Sun River Owners Association. So there's plenty of land on each side of the road, but however, it is common area. It's commonly owned by the owners within those subdivisions, those developments. And the thought would be, could we construct a parking lot specifically on the south side where the boat launch is, such that now we'd be taking people completely out of the road prism to a safer parking lot area, provide that path down to the river, and eliminate crossing movements, eliminate U-turns, eliminate everything, all the issues that we've had. This would require a significant purchase of right-of-way or property. And so one rendering that we did develop and introduce was this type of concept that the Crosswater Owners Association got to see, just in the way of an improvement that would accommodate the parking, but also, provide a buffer to that common space so that, the parking wouldn't be seen, and certainly it probably wouldn't be heard as much if you can provide a big enough landscape berm to buffer that activity. Additional options, option D, would be just to do loading zones. So eliminate the parking, but just allow loading and unloading to happen at the bridge. It could happen on one side or both sides. It could happen with or without a shuttle service, kind of like what you see here in Bend. Conceptually, you have the school in the Sun River Business Park area with parking that's available during the summer months, and could a shuttle operator, shuttle people back and forth in a loading zone only type concept. Option E would be to remove all the parking and close access. That's the option that has been asked for numerous times throughout the years, but at this point it's I think we recognize that the cat's out of the bag with regards to river access. People want to get there. They'll get there one way or the other. And in doing so, would we be shifting this problem to another location that perhaps wouldn't be as well suited to address it? Furthermore, there's legal risk associated with removing an access that's been historically available at that location, given Oregon's desire to not not take away access to public properties, public amenities. Dave Doyle loves to talk about that. Option F was kind of the last option, and this is the last slide I have, would be to consider just moving forward with those low-cost improvements and then supplements, the things that we had in place at the end of the 2020 season that were, I would say, more favorably reacted to by the stakeholders and neighbors. And that is, the seasonal speed limit of 25 miles per hour. So really kind of slow people down a little more. Again, retain the bridge jumping ordinance and have those signs in place to communicate that. Provide focused enforcement efforts. And so we meet monthly with the sheriff's office, and this has been something that we've kept on the forefront throughout the off season. The necessity to prepare for another enforcement effort this year, and they're ready to support that. They recognize that both parking and speed at this particular issue need to be enforced, and they're ready to do that, just like last year. And then finally, we would utilize several variable message signs to supplement everything else out there to warn of that pedestrian activity, slow down, river, pedestrians in roadway, that sort of thing. So, board, we took this slideshow on the road. We talked to Crosswater Owners Association. We talked to Sun River Owners Association. We talked to the Deschutes River Recreational Home Sites Special Road District, and then others certainly caught wind of it along the way. What we learned was that anything that requires purchase of property or easement or permissions outside of the right-of-way, so common areas in SROA or the common area in Crosswater, wasn't, I would say, well received to the degree that they wanted to talk more about that. Purchasing common area is a very difficult thing in subdivisions and developments where it's owned by everyone in there, and it certainly creates a lot of controversy for them. And we did not get a lot of traction on any option that would require those paved paths or certainly the parking lot. And so we're here today to kind of ask for your blessing to proceed with the strategies that we had in place at the end of 2020, option F, and implement that reduced speed, heightened enforcement, more signage associated with our plan and strategy for Harper this year. Meanwhile, other things such as opportunities to work with the Forest Service, other river access locations that may become available, or some of the restrictions could be eased. Those things still exist in the way of our awareness and desire to look for those opportunities. But for what we have in front, but those are long term. What we have in front of us, though, is coming on this season. This is what we feel we can do to help make things as safe as they can be at that bridge. So with that, you've asked a few questions along the way, but do you have any questions with regards to this strategy?
I know that the 19, it actually worked really well. And then I remember that you brought in the trash receptacles. So we've got to have a really fabulous service that empties those out, I guess, more than last year. Wasn't it kind of an overflow problem? And yes, everyone was dumping everything into them.
Yeah, so we'll need to up the frequency of emptying that. Regrettably, anytime you put a trash can someplace that isn't fully monitored, it gets a lot of trash from residents in the area, unfortunately. So we weren't getting candy wrappers and cans and things like that. It was bags of trash that were being deposited in there, and so it did create situations where it was overflowing. So that's just something we'll have to work with the garbage company to address more frequently.
Well,
Chris, I'm in support of moving forward with the plan you just laid out, but I am curious, kind of for long-term discussions about the perception of the problem from the Sun River Owners Association and Crosswater. I mean, do they not really see the problem being as big as we do, or is it's just not a big enough problem to them that they would want to talk about selling us some land?
Yeah, I think they recognize the problem. I think they would, there's a whole host of different opinions and, of everyone, on both sides of the road, so to speak. Of course, they feel more, I think, certainly inconvenienced by some of those secondary issues. But, can't help but notice, the issues out there that are apparent. But, is there a willingness to, take on something that they don't feel would be successful in the way of selling us property, that we haven't got there with them yet. The folks across the river are the ones that drive through it every day in Deschutes River recreational home sites. And so they have a perspective of the road user, and that's their observation, but they don't have to deal with those secondary issues that Crosswater and Sun River Owners Association do. So, at some point, will we, we'll put one of these parking lot options back on the table and incentivize, perhaps, or will another opportunity exist, to improve an existing site someplace else, or what have you. So, I mean, if there was an easy solution, we would have, done it by now. And unfortunately, it's just not, it's not an easy solution out there.
And just one other question, just for me to help me get a full grasp of the situation. So there's not really, is there not really, would developing parking or something like that on the west side of the bridge, is that not feasible or not helpful because of where people like to launch their boats, or both, or?
So on the north side, northwest corner, we have a wetlands issue. It's property that can't be developed in that manner. On the south, or on the southwest side, a similar issue as that of Crosswater and Sun River Owners Association. There's common property there. Only this common property isn't that well buffered. The parking lot would butt right up against someone's home.
Okay.
And so it's another, conversation, but it's a little more, literally in someone's backyard in that case.
Yeah, I mean, I did, that person may be very attached to where they are, too. But I did notice, like, poking around on county-owned property maps, that just a teeny little bit south of there, it's not on the river, but just maybe a block or two south of there, we own this little kind of sickle of land. And I when I saw that, I was just wondering whether there's some way that some kind of land exchange type situation could be worked to come up with a solution. But for long-term exploration.
Okay. Yeah.
It'll be really interesting. I mean, it'll be interesting to see whether the huge surge in use that came with COVID last year, whether that persists through this year, and whether that's just kind of the new normal, or whether when people can do other things again, it'll settle down.
Yeah, we're certainly hopeful for it to settle down. That would be great if it did, but every year the use has gone up, and we're hopeful though to get back to that manageable 2019 arena. And while we're talking about the southwest corner, that is DRH neighborhood, and I do want to let the board know I'm going to be bringing a board order back before you in a few weeks to establish no parking on the roads within DRH, to allow us the ability to place signs to restrict parking, because basically that's becoming a de facto overflow parking area. Creates a big problem with people now having to cross the bridge going east with boats and totes and coolers in hand, and of course creating that livability and safety issue in the neighborhood itself. So we'll have a little more detail to that for you in a few weeks.
It will be interesting to see if civility does return and the ability to read our signs. I'm glad you're bringing that ordinance back for all the bridges. Just after meeting someone who did lose their child, I just, I would, I remember all the neighbors that let us know last year, oh my gosh, all these kids are jumping in. They kept seeing it all the time. And so I appreciate the neighborhood giving us that feedback, and perhaps civility will have returned with people this summer.
So, little disruptive on this. So the bridge ordinance, when we did it last time, it was requested that we do it countywide, and I remember thinking, this hasn't been a problem that I know of, and I don't understand it, so we did it temporarily. So I do request that maybe we do a little bit more due diligence on what and why. Are there other instances where there's, is it risky behavior by juveniles, or, I don't even understand exactly what, somebody doesn't like to see somebody jumping off a bridge, so we're going to make sure bridges everywhere have a sign on them. I just don't even understand what's going on here.
It would be useful to at least know if this is a thing at other bridges, at county-owned bridges in across the county, and I can't say that I do know that. I know that there's a few right in the river stretch in the city of Bend that the city has tried to prevent people from jumping off of with very little success, but I don't have a good sense of. I know where they're. I know the Lower Bridge crosses the middle of the chutes, and some other spots where there's river crossings, but I don't actually know about whether there's this kind of use happening right now.
Yeah, it's not a prolific issue. Certainly all of our bridges, just probably a very small number. But I guess my question, back to the board would be, from our perspective, jumping off a bridge is never a good thing. There's never a positive outcome that can result from that. There's just a lot of risk associated with that. Most counties that do have bridge ordinances don't do them a la carte. It's definitely an expansive prohibition throughout. And last time we brought it forward, I think there were some elements in the ordinance that were a little contrary to Americana. There was there's prohibition on fishing. We took that out. But as far as just as a recommendation as your road department director, I never want to see someone jump off one of our bridges. It's a dangerous activity for a lot of reasons. So that's our rationale behind making it apply to every bridge. We would only install signs where it was actually a problem.
Thank you, Chris. As a mother of boys, I can agree, because they always like to push the limit. So,
well, as I say, I just think of it as we've got a lot of rivers that are knee deep and waist deep and not super fast. So as I say, I still need to understand it a little more. So it's just, I was thinking last time we said let's have a public hearing when this comes around again. That was my thought. So I guess I'm asking for that if there's support for that.
Certainly, if the board's going to consider an ordinance to amend the current text in the code, that would require a public
The
hearing.
last time we did it,
We have one tentatively set. If the board wants it for 2 weeks from today, we can delay on that if.
well, no, so it is a public hearing already.
Yeah, it'll be noticed as a public hearing, and the public will have an opportunity to speak. In checking out when we did this a year ago, I couldn't find any county that had just a single or a few bridges. If they had an ordinance, it was countywide. And I think part of the problem is if you single out one bridge, you're almost condoning jumping from other bridges. And then when somebody breaks their neck because it's only 2 feet deep of water and they thought it was 10 feet deep of water, then the plaintiff lawyer is pointing out to the fact that, well, you precluded it from Harper Bridge, so you must have, in essence, condoned it from Smith and Jones and Taylor Bridge.
But we would only.
You make the plaintiff lawyer's job a little bit easier to try to create some level of liability, and we don't necessarily get the immunity of any type of recreational immunity because it's not a recreational activity that we would recognize.
don't forget the bridge up north, right on the county line, that we've had suicides jump from. And I know that's a total different issue, but remember, someone was actually even talking about having that bridge fenced, that area fenced. So that's.
Well, I'm just saying, I've never had, so it sounds like you've had interactions and people, nobody's ever come to me and said anything about this is a problem. You know, it's only kind of internal or.
Well, I was shocked
on
when
the
this
table
woman
here.
said, oh my gosh, I lost my oldest son in 1998. And and I know people that have become paralyzed.
I don't have any firsthand knowledge about jumping in Harper either. It's just something that's come up at our meetings, and I just don't have anybody that's ever said anything other than, you know, yourself and whoever.
Well,
here at
Officer
these meetings.
Blaylock was telling us last year that he was standing right next to a dad, right next to the sign, and the kid was jumping in. So it was like a total.
Well,
yeah.
That my
And if
my
there's
big
no
my big
prohibition
concern
on
is
jumping from a bridge. It's wet water. I mean, I'm not here to promote it, but I'm just wondering why we're stopping something. I don't understand.
I mean, you know, in the Harper Bridge case, you know, I haven't jumped from it, but you know, like I like there, I'm familiar with the setting. I can picture how that is dangerous. I'm just not familiar with other settings, you know. But you know, the idea that you would want to be consistent, otherwise you're condoning jumping off other bridges. That makes sense to me. I think one of my major concerns is about the effectiveness of the ordinance. I mean, you know what, like, if we believe that putting up passing an ordinance and putting up a sign is going to get everybody to stop doing it, I don't think. I think we're being unrealistic. But you know, if we can't have somebody stand there every second of every day during the summer to tell people not to, you know, that's our best effort. But I am concerned that if we put signs up in places where it's not a problem already, you could actually almost encourage people to do it. You know, like I said, in the city of Bend, at the bridges I'm thinking of, it's signed. And, you know, I see people just like climbing all over the sign, like all on a regular basis and just going for it. I mean, and so we've done our best. You know, they did their best to discourage the behavior, but I almost feel like the prohibition sign, like, could make someone think of doing something that they hadn't even thought of before.
But I think it's a protection for the county, honestly.
Sure.
It's like when you drive up to an equestrian farm, they'll have it posted clearly. This is an equine facility. The risks are really inherent, and you need to pay attention. Okay. So, you know, I think it's a county protection.
And commissioners, you know, whenever that happens, you know, the public wants a no bridge jumping sign. For us to put a sign up, we have to have an ordinance behind it, or else, you know, we're saying something that's not true.
Yeah,
and we would not
still kind of up in the air about it. I'm not real motivated.
To throw signs on every bridge. This would be, you know, where bridge jumping has become an issue, and it needs to be communicated that it's not a safe activity. It's not, you know, we never like it when people leave the roadway, one way or the other.
Thank you, Chris.
Good. Yeah, that's good. Well, and then two other items, you know, I mean, the trash in the bathrooms. You know, this isn't a recreational amenity by Deschutes County. This is a right-of-way that has access to public water right-of-way. And you know, trash in bathrooms just invite more trash. And, you know, the bathroom is not a summertime amenity that I would have concluded to put there. So I'm just saying, these were put in last year, but I'm not so excited about adding it to make it look like more of a maintained location. It's just a river crossing. So.
Well, from the other side of the story, I remember driving to Salem last May 15th with the county plan just for the statement, and there were no open bathrooms anywhere. So, you know, having a bathroom, do you want them going to the bathroom in the river, or do you want them going to the bathroom where they should be going? So, you know, especially when you have kids, and
yeah.
I just think it's, at first I was kind of surprised we did it, but then I thought, you know what, it's okay. Keeps our river cleaner, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's become a de facto park. I mean, you know, like, we may not have built a park, but I mean, you know, the people, you know, the river recreationists of our community have chosen that as a park.
Well, I've said my piece. It looks like there's support for it. I'm just letting you know. Yeah.
Is the board still happy us bringing that forward in 2 weeks for a public hearing for consideration of the amendments?
And that's fine, yeah. So there's a public hearing
I am.
scheduled for.
I mean, you know, maybe I wouldn't have met that person that lost their son, but clearly, after I met her, I went, you know, there's a reason.
Yeah. Okay. And you're supportive of that also?
Sure.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay. Well, thank you, board.
Okay.
We have some general direction on the overall strategy here, and we'll proceed with that lower speed limit, the variable message signs, coordination with law enforcement, and we're trying to get the green paint revitalized here for this summer to get it looking sharp and more respectful. So.
Oh, I thought we were going to
Thank
go
you.
to orange this year.
Uh-huh.
Are we supposed to like alternate or something, Chris?
We don't want people to stop
Oh, okay.
moving.
Well, all right.
We'll leave it at that.
You can make it so attractive with orange paint. You know, I mean, that
Orange
that
and
might be a
black.
problem. That's
What
just-
can we
That's just
say?
my take.
All right. Thank you very much. Good discussion. Thank you for the update. Thanks for working on this.
Thanks.
Yes, thank you, board.
At this time, is there other items? This is Wednesday. We met on Monday. Did anything happen yesterday to report?
I just wanted to share that I went out, based on my on sitting on the steering committee of the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project. I was invited out to do a prescribed fire visit yesterday, and also to do a little, hopefully a decent sized story with Central Oregon Daily on Topalava Butte, talking about the Deschutes Collaborative Forest Project and the need for fuels reduction work. So we may see that in the news in the next couple of days.
Okay.
And I had the privilege of going out on a burn at Camp Sherman, prescribed burn, on Friday, and the people running that burn were so worried because it is so dry, and they were afraid. Normally they burn the entire month of May, and they were saying because it's so dry, they weren't sure what was going to happen. And then, Friday night it rained. So that was really like intervention on a positive note, and I know they're burning today. So anyway, yes, it was a great tour. Got to see the prescribed burns on the south side of Highway 20 and then go out to Camp Sherman. So they clearly knew what they were doing.
Great. I was able to join the Public Safety Coordinating Council yesterday. Tom was there also. So a couple items that were passed. There's the drug treatment court is going to be the adult treatment court. So just a little bit of terminology change, but the difference would be if there's family and children involved or adults without children. So there's just a little bit of structural change, but it's a grant by the state that we've applied for and been successful for in the past. So that was one of the discussion items, and then also Justice Reinvestment Plan, so which keeps people out of prison, keep the prison population low, have folks managed in the community a little bit more, everybody working together on that. So these are both applications for kind of the next round of both of these efforts. And the meeting was well attended yesterday. There was like 16 or so people, so the DA, which he was here in the room just a moment ago, but and the sheriff and police chiefs and just everybody that could show up was there yesterday. So it was really a good meeting. Okay, anything else? Any other items?
Commissioners, I'll just mention that we have a couple of executive sessions related to litigation and also labor relations, but I have a very, very quick additional one on property if we have time after the other two.
Yeah, oh, good. So we'll work our way through these. So at this time, we're going to go to executive session on the topics mentioned. So the one published on our agenda is labor negotiations, but we do have 334, and we'll just make a statement of please proceed as discussed. And meeting adjourned.